Okay, we'll begin the conference this morning. And may we request everyone to stand for the Philippine National Anthem to be followed by the opening prayer.
Bayang magiliw, pelas ang sinanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupig, di ka pasisiin. Sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bukaw, may nilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagdiningning, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng walhating pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang hinigaya na pag may mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now take your seats.
Nothing is more practical than finding God, than falling in love in a quite absolute final way. What you are in love with, what seizes your imagination, will affect everything. It will decide what will get you out of bed in the mornings, how you spend your evenings, what you read, whom you know, what breaks your heart, and what amazes you with joy and gratitude. Fall in love, stay in love, and it will decide than finding God, than falling in love in a quiet absolute. Find our way.
May these next 2 days be filled with the grace of knowledge, friendships, and hope for each and every CALOHEA participants who are with us today in this physical space and in the virtual room. May we be blessed with wisdom, patience, and courage in achieving what we have set out to do. Amen. Good morning, everybody. I am Geraldine Ching, the Program Director for Ignatian Initiative for Teaching Excellence of the Ateneo de Manila Gokwe Brothers School of Education and Learning Design. And I will be your host for this morning's session. Welcome to the CALOHEA Capacity Building Program. The theme of this event is implementing student workload measurements for more effective and holistic learning outcomes in the Philippines' higher education. We have an exciting day ahead, packed with insightful discussions and knowledge-sharing sessions. We would also like to acknowledge our online participants who are here with us. We hope that you will actively participate in the knowledge-sharing sessions, and as we would like to hear from you, please type your comments and questions on the chat box anytime throughout the session. Our online support staff will assist you in ensuring your full participation in the event. So, to start today's event, let's listen to the opening remarks from the President of the Ateneo de Manila University. Let's call in Father Roberto Yap of the Society of Jesus.
Dr. Maria Yarush of the Tuning Academy, University of Groningen. Mr. Korn Ratanagusum, Chief Strategy Officer of the ASEAN University Network. Saruta Shri Chosin of the ASEAN University Network. Distinguished guests, participants on site and online, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Ateneo de Manila University. Education is fundamental to growth and development. It enriches one's understanding of themselves and the world. Education drives productivity, creativity, and even health and well-being. It is vital to a country's technological advancement, fueling domestic and national economic growth. Education is a pathway to peace, facilitating dialogues and other peace-building activities. As Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. As higher education institutions, we strive towards a shared vision to ensure that our students have opportunities and access to high-quality education that will prepare them for their role in the world of work and society. As ASEAN higher education institutions, we are challenged to lead, enable, engage, and inspire our students and graduates to thrive in this rapidly changing world. We are emboldened to constantly think of new ways of teaching and learning amidst this global landscape. Thus, the CALOHEA project allows us to improve the internationalization efforts of ASEAN higher education institutions by creating core recognition mechanisms, competency, workload, and authentic assessment. Over the next 2 days, we will learn more about the project and the recognition mechanism within the 3 subject areas: civil engineering, medicine, and teacher education. There will be presentations and discussions on the challenges of student workload measurement concerning student mobility and internationalization efforts. You will also have a practical workshop on the recognition mechanisms in the three subject area groups. So I thank you for your participation. I thank the ASEAN University Network, the University of Groningen, the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union who are co-funding this project, and all participating institutions for their work on this very important CALOHEA project. I wish to acknowledge our Gokongwei Brothers School of Education and Learning Design, which has been involved with the CALOHEA initiative as part of the teacher education team. I hope we continue to inspire and enrich each other and work towards ensuring that our students and graduates will contribute meaningfully to the development, peace, and stability of our region and the world. I wish you great success in this meeting and in the work ahead. Thank you very much and good morning.
Thank you, Father Bobby. Following Father Bobby's welcome address, Dr. Maria Rirosh from Tuning Academy at the University of Groningen will deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you. Mr. President, authorities of Ateneo de Manila University, academics, participants of the CALOHEA project, both on-site and online, and perhaps more importantly, those who are new to this project, who are coming to learn about what we have been doing for the first time. Thank you for being here with us today. For us, it's a very important and exciting opportunity to share what we have been doing, trying to create, think, propose with you, to get your feedback. As Mr. President has mentioned, we really expect your active participation today, whether you are on-site or online, because this is an opportunity to see how what we have been dreaming of can be really implemented in the Philippines and then wider in the Southeast Asian region. For some of you, it will be the second opportunity to hear about the project. I'm referring to those who have not been participating in the project from the start, because this is our second dissemination event in the Philippines. For some, it will be the first. What we do hope that it will not be the last, that with this we will start discussions trying to identify the elements which really serve students in the Philippines so that your higher education can become more internationalized, that more recognition, more periods of studies and more degrees can be recognized both in Southeast Asia and wider globally in the world. With this, I would like to welcome you all once again, and we're looking forward to discussions today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yarosh. To show appreciation to the Ateneo de Manila University for hosting the event, Dr. Yarosh will give a token of appreciation to Father Yap. So may we call on stage Dr. Maria and Father Bobby. So please remain on stage, Dr. Yarosh and Father Bobby, and we will go in now to our first exciting event of the day. And that is a group photo while we are all still fresh. Okay? So can we ask everybody to move forward, come on stage, and we will arrange ourselves with the help of our staff. And at the same time, our guests on the online will also have your own picture taking in the Zoom. So you want them to. Okay. All right. So I'm advised now that we can take the seats in front okay? And the photographer will be the one on stage, and she will be the one to take the picture. So thank you. Okay, so please fill in the center aisle, the center seat, sorry. So after you take we have our pictures taken, don't move anymore, okay? Okay. Would you still like to close the monitor? Okay. Dalvin, can we have the monitor closed? Do you want, okay, the CALOHEA representative? Maybe one picture, also one more picture. Okay, another picture is requested, ma'am. And this time around for the CALOHEA representatives. So it will be Father Bob, Dr. Korn, Dr. Maria. Saruta, do you want everybody in? No, no. Everybody? Or just the CALOHEA representative? Okay. So CALOHEA representative, you'll have your special picture taken on stage. Wow, you guys moved fast, huh? I was gonna just put on a trap for you, but you moved fast. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you also to our friends from the UMCO. Thank you for making sure that we look good in the picture. Okay, we are now ready to move to our first knowledge session, knowledge sharing session. Two resource persons will talk about CALOHEA project overview in Southeast Asia and the world. The presentations will be followed by a discussion and a question-answer portion. So if you have questions, you write it down first, and when the two presenters are ready, then we can have the Q&A. Our first presenter works as a researcher and faculty developer at the International Tuning Academy, University of Groningen, the Netherlands. She has been working at the Tuning Academy for over 10 years now, first in Spain and later in Netherlands. She has taken part in the co-coordinated a number of Erasmus projects focusing on internalization of curricula, implementing of student-centered higher education, and development of intercultural and other generic competencies. Maria is coordinating the CALOHEA project together with Pablo Benetton and Dr. Waginar. Let us welcome once again Dr. Maria Rarosh.
Thank you. Good morning once again. My task is to try and give you an overview of this project, which is quite complex, but you will see that it's also quite practical. So I hope that at least you will get a first idea from what I will be sharing, and then we will go more in depth in other sessions and in other workshops. First of all, as already has been mentioned, our key focus is on promoting internationalization. And we do it by focusing on recognition, on creating tools, processes, cultures, which we need at institutional level, at regional level, at global level, in order to promote first recognition and by this means internationalization of higher education degrees and institutions. You can see that the project is quite large in terms of its consortium. We have 12 countries, 7 from Southeast Asia and 5 from Europe. Okay, is it better now? Okay, thank you. And we have 27 universities plus the ASEAN University Network and some other organizations in Europe. And we work in 3 subject areas. We started with civil engineering, medicine, and teacher education. Because although internationalization is relevant for all subject areas and all students, discussion at subject area groups make it easier. Reaching first agreements, first understandings, first proposals. In the Philippines, we have, you can see what are the higher education institutions who participate. We have representatives in all the 3 subject areas, which is fantastic. And we even have 1 coordinator from the Philippines. So you will hear from Chuck later on. The idea is that when we have these subject areas, all those who work, for example, in teacher education in different institutions in Southeast Asian countries will work together in a group. They will discuss, they will share how they are doing now, what they are doing, and they will reach common proposals, common products. And the same for civil engineering and the same for medicine. So for the 3 subject areas, we have groups, mixed, international, all coming from different contexts, but all working towards this idea of promoting recognition, student-centered learning, internationalization. And these are the 3 recognition mechanisms we are working on. I will say a bit more about each of them, but here you have one slide. So the first one is about creating what we call regional qualifications and assessment reference frameworks. What is it that we value? What do our students need to achieve by the time they graduate so that we can recognize their degrees, and also during their studies so that we can recognize periods of studies if they go abroad for a shorter time. Our second recognition mechanism, RM2, is about the culture, installing the culture of student workload measurement. I will say a bit more, and we will discuss more in this event why this is so important for recognition and internationalization. Because you might think that student workload is something else and it is not really related, but it is. And the third recognition mechanism relates to assessment. How can we make sure that we can be sure that our students achieve what we want them to achieve? Because this also, if we have this, if we can show others that we assess our students, we allow them to demonstrate their learning, then it's easier to be recognized, because everybody can trust us not only by the word or on what we say, but actually because we can show that our students are achieving the aims. And our perhaps even bigger expected results, which is transversal, is to make sure that we build this network, ASEAN network of champions of internationalization. Those academics, those supporting staff members, authorities, all those who need to be involved at every university to make sure that recognition is really promoted, that the tools are implemented, that the culture is there, and that we can move together towards internationalization of our degrees and universities. So before I say a bit more about each of the mechanisms, I would like to introduce two key concepts for our project. I think I have lost all my animation in the slides, but okay. The idea is that the first one is transparency. Okay, so if you can see this image for you in the left bottom corner, this closed box. Okay, sometimes our programs look like that. We have the program, but nobody knows what's in the program. And maybe even us, we don't know. Only somebody at the top knows, and every lecturer knows something, but only part. Then when we try to cooperate with others, they start asking us questions. Then we open a small hole in the box because they ask us something, so we give them information about what they ask. The third image should be the one with the box which is slightly open, okay? Because then we say, okay, they ask, we can only give information about what people ask us, but we can also try to open our programs to make sure that others can look inside. And then finally, and this is our idea, that we can build our programs directly in such a way that they are transparent to others. Not opening up when somebody asks us, but really building from the start in such a way that others can understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it. And we don't need to be afraid that somebody will copy us. It's not about this. It's really about explaining what we're doing, because nobody can copy the same. They can maybe copy it on paper, but they will still need to have expertise to implement it. So we should not worry, but the idea is that we build in a transparent way from the start. Okay, is there any way to go back to my animations? Because otherwise my slides will not look the same. Okay. But also there is idea, because we quite often, here is the idea of the common language versus the common reference. Because sometimes we have our programs very well explained. It's very clear for those who know our language, literally, but also metaphorically, those who know our system, our culture, our approach. But then our programs are very well explained only for those who are already within our area, our cultural area, our linguistic area. When we want to internationalize, we need to find the way to make sure those who are not used to our codes can also understand what we are doing. So sometimes we speak about common language, but perhaps common reference is a better way of expressing it. Because it's not about losing our own specificity, our cultural identity, or our way of doing things, but about finding the common reference, common principles, common logic, which allows us to understand each other and relate to each other without losing our own specificity, our uniqueness. Okay, I will move for the moment. So again, the three recognition mechanisms, you saw that we have long names for them, but this is a way to simplify. Okay, our first recognition mechanism is about the aim, about agreeing what is the most important in Southeast Asia for a particular subject area. Where do we want our students to get? When we are preparing teachers, what is it that all of us in the region value? Because then we can compare it to what other regions in the world value. The second one, about the student workload, it's about the time. Thank you very much. It's about how we organize our student learning. We like this image of the iceberg, and I will show it again on another slide, because we don't see. Okay, now we will get to the. Thank you very much. We organize our student learning in different ways, and that is fine. It should be like this because we should organize it in the way which works best for our subject, for our students, for our context. But it's also important to have this full picture. Otherwise, we only see what is above the waterline and we don't know how we can relate to the others. Because if we have our 3 contact hours per week and they have 2 or 5, does it mean something? Because we can jump to conclusions very fast, but it's not the full picture. And finally, our third recognition mechanism, very briefly, is about, if you want, quality control, quality assurance, internal quality assurance, because we need to know that we really have the tools which allow us to see if our students get there where we want them to get. Okay? So it's about the aim, the time, and the assessment to make sure that our students really get where we want them to get. Now, talking about the first recognition mechanism, why are we talking about the aim, this common part? It's about because we are working within the outcome-based student-centered paradigm. So for us, before we have any program design or redesign, we should have clarity about the graduate profile. And this profile will be related to the context, because every degree is different. You are working for a particular country, you are working for a particular region, you are preparing specialists and citizens for some particular context. Every university will also have its strengths. So it's not the same to be doing teacher education in Ateneo or in West Visayas. There are common elements, but there are also something which is very different. It's your university brand, your university strength, your university imprint, which you would like to have in your graduates. But then there is this third element, what we call a meta profile, because this is what allows recognition. This is what allows people to say, okay, the person was prepared as a civil engineer in another country, but we do recognize them as a civil engineer. This is what makes an architect, a teacher, a medical doctor, a medical doctor. This is something really, if it's not there in the program, others will not recognize. So our first line focuses on this meta profile. What is it which must be there in the programs for everybody in Southeast Asia to say, yes, we recognize that these are specialists in medicine, medical doctors, these are civil engineers, these are teachers. And how we worked in our previous project, some of you might be aware, we had a previous project in Southeast Asian region. We already had a large consultation about the competencies we would like our graduates to have. So we had this information about the competencies. We looked at the ASEAN reference qualification framework, and then we expressed this agreement about the competencies in terms of responsibilities our students should be prepared for, the skills they need in order to be able to assume these responsibilities, and the knowledge they need as foundation also to develop these skills and assume the responsibilities. And we grouped these elements into sequences, into dimensions and sub-dimensions. So we achieved a much higher level of detail. Why? Because on the one hand, we are looking for this core, what must be there in the program for everybody to recognize it. But we also wanted to show diversity, because the key dimensions must be there. If the key dimensions are not addressed, there is certain problem. But in sub-dimensions, we wanted to show the diversity and the richness, because we can address the key dimensions through different elements. We can focus on different elements, provided we do address the key. And the other sources of inspiration were the national qualifications frameworks or any other reference and regulation documents, because as you have noticed, our first subject areas are highly regulated. It's normally you need a license to be a doctor, quite often you need a license to be a civil engineer, and also in many countries you need a license to be a teacher. So there are a lot of national regulations about what standards graduates must meet. And we wanted to make sure that the frameworks which we propose also are linked, are in line, are fully in compliance, let's say, with the national regulations. But we also thought about the future. It's always in the higher education that we have to try and think what is the future going to look like, what will graduates need in the future, because by the time we implement the program, it will be several years ahead. So we need to try and make this exercise. So with this, we have prepared what we call regional subject-specific qualification and assessment reference frameworks, and this will be presented to you later today and tomorrow. They have been already discussed with academics, employers, and graduates in all the participant countries. So we think this is something solid and ready to be shared widely. This slide is just to show that through, when we have such frameworks, we can facilitate recognition in a number of ways. I have already mentioned that we know the key dimensions which should be there. We know how to establish equivalence, because in different countries we might use different ideas about the levels. That's why we use the ASEAN qualification framework as a standard. We have sub-dimensions which allow to make diversity explicit. We can show where we're aiming for. Are we saying knowledge is enough? The rest will be developed after graduation or in higher levels of education, or we want skills, or we want already responsibilities while our students are at the university. And finally, it's easy to compare the full programs and also periods of study, because we can show where each program wants its graduates to be in terms of these key dimensions, sub-dimensions, and elements which are knowledge, skills, and responsibilities. What is good is that these frameworks, once they have been agreed at international level, they reflect and allow this kind of recognition for all the countries which have been involved in discussion. But there is more text, so it's to read it later. Okay, so this is the first recognition mechanism. They agree on the aim. Achieve transparency, common reference about this meta profile, so that every institution, every program can later on develop their own program profile, taking into account the context and the university strengths, but making sure that recognition is already inbuilt in design or redesign of the program. The second recognition mechanism, as I said, is about the time, about how we organize our student learning, and this is probably our focus in this event today and tomorrow. And the idea is that in our project, we wanted to, first of all, we had our 3 guiding questions, because first, why is it even important to focus on the full student workload and make it explicit if we're talking about recognition and internationalization? As I said, perhaps this link is not always immediately evident, but we wanted to make sure that we make it clear. Then we looked for the tools which can be used. We applied some tools which have been tested already by academics in other world regions, so they were already validated, but we needed to make sure that they worked for Southeast Asia. We needed to make them Southeast Asian. Okay, so now you will see the tools, you will hear from the academics who have used them, and they will share with you how they worked in their own context, what adaptation was necessary, what do they propose now after they have tried these tools, what works for them. And finally, what we wanted is not only to have the tools and some teams who know how to use them, but really to make it part of the institutional culture. That it's something which happens not maybe once before you get the program accredited, or once in every 5 years when you have to go through the process of reaccreditation, but it's really a process, a continuum. That there is this dialogue between students and academics, and among academics about the workload, the full student workload. So, just to make clear what we mean when we say the full student workload, it means the contact hours, plus what we refer in the project as independent work. Independent work is in inverted commas, because actually it is planned by academics. It's not that academics say, okay, and now beyond the classroom you do whatever you want or whatever you need to achieve the learning outcomes. Academics plan it. But it's independent because academics are not there to see the students. In our previous meeting, somebody used it as seen time and unseen, because it's when you don't see your students, but your students keep working, your students keep learning. And here we use this image of the iceberg, because the contact hours, as we know, or maybe for some it will be the first time to realize, and it's a fantastic moment when it's the first time you realize it, that the contact hours is only something above the water. And for recognition, we need transparency, and we need, as our common reference here is the student learning, how much time students need to learn in order to achieve the learning outcomes we have proposed. And the question is, what is there beneath the waterline? How much independent work is behind the contact hours? Why is this important? Again, because it gives us transparency. With transparency comes recognition, and with student learning is the focus. This is our common reference. Okay? You remember that we're always playing with two lines, the transparency and the common reference. It's not the teacher time, because teacher time is important for your salary, for your pension, for whatever, but it's not the student learning. Okay? The student learning is both the contact hours and what they do learning outside of the classroom. So for example, the contact hours is number one, then you ask your students to complete assignments. This is very clear, but how much time do they spend on their assignments? You ask them to prepare for the next lecture, maybe to go through the notes, or maybe to prepare for assessment. It also takes time. You cannot say, oh, why do my students come unprepared if you didn't give them this time to prepare? And then there is also unsupervised works, like maybe in the library, laboratory, etc. So there is a lot which happens when we don't see our students, or at least for the quality learning to take place, a lot has to happen beyond the hours when we see our students. And I mean, just another picture, and it's also not, I think maybe it's, I know that in the Philippines you are now discussing this. It's not the same when you have classes or courses which on the surface has the same number of contact hours, but then they have a very different workload beyond the contact hours. And quite often in some countries, we say, oh, if the number of contact hours is the same, we will give the same credits to our students. But yeah, it's not fair for our students, it's not good for the quality of the programs, and it's also not ideal for recognition. And just one more image. Sometimes this also happens, that this is one course during the semester. On the surface, it seems to be the same, but somehow every teacher tends to give students more tasks in the later weeks. Okay? So just think of your students, okay? Okay, and now, what does it have to do with recognition? Just another image. Imagine that there is institution A and institution B. So there are 4 courses I want to compare. I have identified courses in another program which work on the same learning outcomes or similar learning outcomes to mine. But then I'm saying, okay, if I send my students to that institution B, I'm in institution A and I want to send them to B. Will they actually get enough learning? Can I trust that the quality will be comparable? And then I say, okay, in my courses at my institution, this course 1 and course 2 have 3 contact hours per week. What happens in the other institution? I say, okay, this course 1B has more hours per week. Again, you remember that my first conclusion is that, the students are learning more. Why are they spending so much? I can be happy because they're learning more. I can be suspicious. Why are they taking so much more time to learn? Are they starting with a lower point? Are they using less effective activities? What is going on? And if maybe in course B they're spending less hours, fewer hours, I will say, oh, maybe this course is not so good. And I will be a bit suspicious. But again, we say it's very important to look at the hours beyond the contact hours. And if we look at this course course 1, we can see that it's the same time. It's 7 hours per week, but it's just distributed differently. Because we can ask our students to do something in the classroom during the contact hours or beyond. The learning outcomes are comparable and the time is comparable. But it's necessary to have the full picture in order to reach this conclusion. Otherwise, I will not be able to say that they are comparable. While in the second situation, again, I can get a completely different picture. In my course, they have more contact hours in this 2A, but actually in this course 2B, they work much more per week. Okay, so this is just a completely hypothetical example, but just to show why this is important. Because when we send our students abroad, especially for short periods, we always have this question of how do I trust that they will have a comparable experience? Okay. What tools have we used in the project? We have explored 4 tools, starting with the first one, which we call desk estimation. It's an estimation done by academics. Then we use the end of semester questionnaire when students are asked and academics are asked about their impressions. The third tool is we call diary or logbook, and this is a very detailed tool because you look not at your impressions at the end of the semester, not what you think you spent per week or per semester, but you really look activity by activity. So the academic, the teacher has to plan activity by activity, share with the students. If you ask them to do some reading or prepare some presentation, how much time do you think it will take them? And then you get feedback from your students, from different students in your group, the best performing, the medium, and the weakest, about how much time it has actually taken them. And the fourth tool we have explored, we call it the focus group discussion. It's where you bring all your questions and confusions, because in the first three you get numbers, but you don't know why. So the fourth tool is there to answer some of your whys. The student workload is never going to be an arithmetical formula, so it will never be a correct answer or a wrong answer, but we need to learn to calibrate. So these discussions are important to be able as academics, because as academics we are responsible for learning how to better estimate the student workload. But okay, you will learn more about these tools in these 2 days, but I just wanted to mention them. And here what we did, we collected data. So you will hear that a lot of work has been done by those in the project. We discussed the data, because the data per se is just a starting point for discussion. We reflected on how this can be used to enhance curricula, because what we wanted is to make sure that we engage the different stakeholders in revising programs based on analysis of the data collected. So it's not only collecting the data, it's not only discussing the data, but it's really implementing it in the program. What does it mean? How do we make our programs better? More higher quality, more transparent, better recognized, more internationalized. And finally, the idea is that after trying these tools, we can identify what works for us. And you, as I said, you will hear about what works in different contexts, and we would like you to try later on for yourself and also identify what works for you as an individual academic, as a program, or as an institution. And then we also had ambitions in this line which go beyond an institutional level. At the level of the project and the ASEAN region, we wanted to see whether we can contribute towards this discussion of how we reach this common reference. Because in the ASEAN region, there are many what are called credit systems. They use different logics. It's not the idea of eliminating them, but the idea is to say, what is the translation tool? How can we make sure that our logic and principles are compatible? And we would like to come up with some recommendations. We don't have the power to change, or maybe we have, but at least we need recommendations before we can make the region level change. And just to mention that these first two recognition mechanisms, they also contribute to recognition and internationalization because they promote the student-centered approach. We focus on the learning, we focus on the students. It's not anymore about the inputs, it's about the outputs, the outcomes of learning, and it's not anymore about the contact hours, the teacher, but it's about the student, about the learning time. Gordon, I will finish soon. Okay, because I'm looking at the time. And the third one, the quality control or the assessment, the authentic assessment. We said authentic assessment because it was important for us. You remember that framework which I showed you in the beginning, that we have knowledge, skills, and responsibilities. When we only aim for knowledge, we can still use paper and pen, multiple choice, etc. But when we are talking about skills or responsibilities, and we want to make sure that our students really develop this and achieve this type of learning outcomes by the end of the program, we need to make sure that we give them tasks which allow them to demonstrate this kind of learning, to demonstrate their skills, to demonstrate that they are ready to assume responsibilities. So the tasks should be as similar as possible to what they will be asked to do upon graduation in real life, at the level of our students, but as similar as possible. And also it's important that these tasks have clear performance criteria or performance standards. That is not only in the head of the individual academic, where the information about what good performance is and what bad performance is sits. Because the students, once they graduate, you will not be there for them to tell them if they're doing well or not, or where they're doing well and where they should still put more effort. They need to learn how to assess their own performance. And for this, they need to know what academics, what those who are already far ahead of them in this development, in this learning, what these people consider as quality performance. It's not easy because quite often it's implicit in our heads, but this is something we owe our students if we really want them to learn in this way, not only knowledge, but also skills and responsibilities to become lifelong learning, to become the professionals and the citizens we would like them to become. So here we started with diagnostic. Every program said, okay, where are we now in terms of this authentic assessment? Because probably you're already doing something without using the term, or maybe you have never heard of it and you're not doing, but it was okay, let's self-assess. After this self-assessment, each program developed an action plan. Yes, authentic assessment is a continuum and it will take time to implement, but what are the concrete steps which we can make in the immediate future, short term and medium term, to move forward? And also to make sure that others beyond the project can benefit from our work and discussions, we are creating compilations of examples. Because sometimes we say, oh, authentic assessment is very complex, it can only happen in the internship, when they go to the practicum, when they do the final capstone project. Yes and no, it can also happen at very small, low level, it can be formative, it can be in one course, but we need to see examples to start thinking how it can work in our own context, in our own courses. So this is also something we are preparing in the project, and I hope you will be able to learn during these days about some of the examples. These are the 3 recognition mechanisms. With this, we hope that everybody, we hope that those who are here today, at least, and tomorrow, that you will join our network of champions of internationalization, okay? That you will share your experience with us and that you will go away from these 2 days of meetings, or 1, depending on how much you're attending, knowing what you can do to improve your own students' learning and recognition in your own context. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yarosh, for the topics that she shared with us. I'm sure the topics on the course load, contact hours, assessment, and tools have stimulated us to think in terms of our own context, and we hope for a very meaningful exchange in a bit. Okay. Just an announcement, the link to the recordings and copy of presentations that we will be hearing all throughout the day will be shared to the participants after the event. Okay, so watch out for that. Okay, up next, I'd like to introduce the first officer and Chief Strategy Officer of the ASEAN University Network. He's responsible to the executive director for overseeing the operational planning and execution of the AUN activities and to conduct day-to-day project coordination, planning, implementation, and evaluation across multiple units within the AUN Secretary. Let me present to all of you Mr. Korn Ratanagosum.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Korn, representing the AUN Secretariat. Our Secretariat is the sectoral body of the ASEAN Secretariat in Jakarta. And as the AUN is the coordinator of this project and also share the dissemination activities with the aim to introduce this project to the stakeholders of the higher education institutions who are not in the project. I would like to share with you the aspect of dissemination of this project, and also the development, the outputs, and why this project is important to the universities in the Philippines and to the ASEAN region as a whole. As you might have already learned from Dr. Yaroch's presentation, please allow me to provide you with a short recap. There are three main objectives of the CALOHEA project. The first one is to create the region-wide subject-specific qualifications and assessment reference framework compatible with the European frameworks. The second one is to install the culture of verifying and taking into account the full volume of the student workload so as to make institutional, national, and regional credit system fully compatible with the workload and outcomes-based credit systems. And lastly is to promote assessment of program learning outcomes. And as the ultimate aim of the project is to create mobility among the higher education institutions within the region and also the inter-regional mobility between ASEAN and Europe as well. It is important that the objective of this project are applied region-wide at the institutional, national, and regional level. And adoption of the three recognition mechanisms in the three subject areas and also other subject areas as well by the programs, counties, universities who are not in the project would be the way forward for the mobilities to happen. And in order to bring the objective of this project into fruition, it is important that all stakeholders, including the students, the academic staff, the university executives, the alumni, the employers, QA agencies, and other government agencies or bodies to involve and engage in order to achieve and bring about the mobilities at all levels. So you may have a question in mind, why do we need to focus on mobility? And what is the importance that this would have toward our graduates? In recent our AUN Presidential Forum, where the presidents, rectors, and vice chancellor of the AUN member university came together, they discussed the current trends in higher education, and the agenda of the mobility was extensively discussed. The universities in Southeast Asia are assigned with a role to nurture and develop the graduate for the world to become competent, productive, successful, to meaningfully contribute to the society and economy. And we come to realize that developing graduates has become more and more complex as the external environment fluctuate, in which it has become the world full of volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, the VUCA world. The focus now shifts to other attributes such as equipping graduates to deal with change and uncertainty with more influence on disposition and resilience. And students must learn to embrace, to understand, and to expose to other disciplines, other countries, other cultures, and industries, as this is critical in helping them to attain a better sense and help them find footing in this very complex world. And this is why the mobility will play a crucial role in how universities can effectively develop graduates. And also why CALOHEA and what does this project has to offer to catch our interest in the mobility. The CALOHEA project is a project under the Tuning Academy. The Tuning Academy is an international higher education and research center for the development and enhancement of the quality of learning, teaching, and assessment in higher education, focusing on the competences for intellectual development, employability, and citizenship in a global context. For the ASEAN In 2016 to 2019, the Tuning Academy carried out the Tuning Asia Southeast project, introducing the tuning methodology for the design of compatible and comparable degree programs by adapting and restructuring and testing curricula in 3 subject areas using the European credit transfer system and also the recognition of degrees. The world map shown on the screen now is the blue color is covered, where the national and regional project utilizing tuning methodology for compatible and comparable degree programs have been carried out. The methodology has been gaining its foothold and is laying out the foundation of the mobility to happen at the global level. And at this moment, the project under the Tuning Academy International, under the University of Groningen, that implements the 3 recognition mechanisms in South America, the ACE project. In Europe is CALOHEA, CALOHEA 2, and CALOHEA X, all of which aiming at building the foundation of student mobility through the utilization of the 3 recognition mechanisms. And with the aim to promote regional mobilities, there are a total of 14 national meetings held throughout the project in ASEAN. There'll be 2 national meetings per countries in 7 ASEAN countries, namely Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos PDR, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And at the moment, we are already on the 2nd round of this national meeting, with the Ateneo de Manila hosting the 3rd national meeting on the 2nd round. So this is the national meeting participation of the first round, the first 7 round of the national meetings. We have a total of 1,558 participants in the 7 national meetings in the 7 countries. So apart from the mobility, I would like to also explore other benefits that the university will, and the study programs and academic staff will have from the project. Even though the ultimate objective of this project is to drive intra and inter-regional mobility, what this project has built along the way it creates a platform. It is a platform for practitioners from both ASEAN and European partners to exchange knowledge and experience on the principle of mobility itself, the 3 recognition mechanisms, enabling them to collaborate and mutually recognize academic degree competencies of each other. It's also a platform that fosters the academic staff in the ASEAN region joining force to help each other toward common degree recognition mechanisms. It is a platform where ideas and different countries' contracts are shared, exchanged, and discussed in order to arrive at what would be the best way forward to drive the mobility at the international level. The 3 recognition mechanisms introduce the CALOHEA project on the development of the regional framework, the installment of the student workload, and the identification of authentic assessment of learning outcomes. It provides effective learning experiences for students and for individual academic instructors as well. And with the outcomes mutually recognized by ASEAN and global stakeholders, it will allow a clearer, better, and more efficient establishment of degree mobility equivalencies and portability among countries in the ASEAN region, as well as that with the ASEAN and the rest of the world. And most importantly is the applicability, the process and tools of CALOHEA may also be contextualized and replicated for any other disciplines as well. So CALOHEA project is driving a change and its impact towards the widening possibility of the mobilities and connecting people together, and in the end, enhance the internationalization of the universities in the Philippines and in the ASEAN region as a whole. Thank you so much and good morning.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Korn. We'd like to call back on stage Mr. Korn and Dr. Yarosh for question and answer. For the on-site participants, if you notice, we have 2 mics on the aisles. And if you have any questions for the presentation of Mr. Korn and Dr. Yarosh, please approach the microphones and introduce yourself, your institutional affiliation, and then your question. For online participants, you may raise your hand virtually or you may share your comments and questions using the chat box. And we will fill in your question into the room once we get them through Ms. Irish Dante. Okay? So would anyone have questions? Please approach the 2 mics on the aisle. Yes, please.
Good morning po. My question is for Dr.
Ma'am,
Riak.
excuse me, please introduce yourself and your institution. and then
I'm
your question.
Lalaine Ann Manuel from Central Luzon State University.
Morning.
My question is for Dr. Yaros. I'm happy to know that there is a kind of a mode of try to assess our students wherein we try to give them more time to learning. But my question is, how do we give feedback and monitor them if we provide more independent learning hours? And also, if you are the head of a in the department, how about the monitoring also of teachers? Thank you po.
Thank you very much for this question. I'm going to give a small answer, okay, because the answer is big. This is a big question. But I think it's very important to understand that you are not providing them more independent time for learning. They have been learning all the time. It has been there. It just hasn't been recognized or hasn't been articulated. Okay, so this is the first point. Later on, you can decide that you don't need so many contact hours and you want them to spend more time learning on their own. That's another decision. But the first step is to show it's actually articulating, recognizing that the learning doesn't happen only when students see us. And it's also saying the time which they spend learning beyond the contact hours cannot be left. Students should not be left to their own means. It's the academics, the teacher's role, the role of those who know what the students have to learn and how they can best learn it, to organize this learning beyond the contact hours. The feedback will be given in the same way because you are giving them the same assignments, well, maybe different, but in principle, they don't need to change. If your teaching, learning, and assessment activities were working fine, it's just that you make them more visible. You are asking your students to prepare a presentation. Okay, you can still ask them to prepare the presentation if it works, but now you will think, how much time shall it take them to prepare that presentation? Or you're asking them to write an essay. How much time does it take them to write an essay? Because they are not you, so they will probably need how much more time than you, because they will need more time and different steps. Actually, you will be more articulate about the different subtasks in a bigger task, and it will also make it can make it easier in theory to give feedback, because you say, okay, to write an essay, they need first to formulate the question. How much time can it take them to formulate the question? Because they need to think of possible questions, they need to judge which one is more applicable, which is more interesting, they need to choose one. Okay, how much time can it take? Then they need to do some readings. How many time will it take? You break it into smaller steps and actually you make it easier for them to follow the right learning sequence and easier for you to give feedback. Because if you have broken it down while considering their time, you can also say, I think the things went wrong when you were selecting the question. I think this is what you need to do more in order to do better readings, in order to select your readings better. Well, I mean, these are just examples, okay? I don't know if it probably doesn't answer your question fully, but this is the first answer, and there are more things we can discuss. But thank you very much for the question.
Thank you for that question, and thank you for that answer, Dr. Yarosh. Really, a lot of learnings happen to our students, even outside of our classes. I think that's the important point that Dr. Yarosh here is making. And as they make that learning, we also, in a way, have to monitor and ask them and communicate to them and then guide them properly when they are not in front of us or during the class hours. So thank you for that question. I hope that sheds light to you. We have time for maybe one or two more. Yes.
We have a question from Zoom from Charlton Jules Romero. He's from Ateneo de Manila University. Dr. Yarosh, thank you for your presentation. You mentioned about providing recommendations in one of the slides. What has been the experience so far with these recommendations? Have they been favorably accepted, modified, rejected, etc.?
Thank you once again for the question. This is something we haven't done yet, okay? This is something we are going to do in the upcoming months. So far, we started, this is our approach in the project, we start with hands-on experience because we want our recommendations to emerge from real practice. So first, we experienced with the tools, with different approaches, and based on different experiences and the lessons learned, we are going to come up with recommendations. So for the moment, we don't know what the reactions will be because we are not there yet. But we hope that because our proposal will be based on solid experience, it will make more sense and have more weight.
Okay, so thank you for the question. Stay with us in a few months and your questions will be answered. Okay. All right. Maybe one more from the crowd? Yes, please.
Good morning, John Garcia from De La Salle University. I just like maybe the two panel experts can actually answer this question. I wanted to understand and appreciate what's the big picture because this is a good idea that it's ground up. We're trying to listen how it's being practiced. But eventually, will this be harmonized with other initiative on an ASEAN level when you're talking about professional mobility? Because on the professional level, we're talking about mutual recognition agreements. And the approach is to craft policies and then that has to be implemented across member states. The approach of CALOHEA is to take a look at practices. So will this be harmonized? Because on professional mobility, there are talks about credit transfers. Of course, the starting point of this work is the ASEAN Qualification Reference Framework. But I just know, will this be meeting somewhere sometime in the future? And will this be translated into national policies that would require higher education institutions to be committed or to comply? I'm just coming in from the perspective that in the Philippines, unfortunately, higher education highly regulated. Even if we're given autonomous status, we don't understand why we're called autonomous, but we're not allowed to be as innovative and as free when we design programs, which is hopefully we change. So I'm just thinking now, from a frontliner that will implement a program, we want to see how it will work. But then again, the larger context is the regulation and how we will comply with it. So will this be harmonized eventually with the other ASEAN level professional mobility policies?
Yeah, thank you for this question. And it's always at the back of our mind when we design the project, when we start implementing it, because what we want to make sure is that we have enough data for informed policy making. This is our immediate responsibility as academics who are involved in the project. We also invited the AUN to be with us and co-coordinating the project from the start, because we know that this political dialogue is crucial if we want to go beyond our immediate context. From the project, we are trying to involve authorities at institutional level, national level, or regional level in our dissemination meetings, because this is a way at least to inform them and to start the lobbying process, if you want. Then it depends on our own efforts how much can be achieved. What we can say from our previous experience of other tuning academy projects, that it can happen, that the change from bottom up can affect policies, because we had these experiences in other countries. Sometimes it seems that the ministries don't, I don't know about the Philippines, okay, so please don't interpret it as a comment about the Philippines, but in my own country or in other countries where we have worked, we sometimes have an expression that the ministries don't want to listen to academics. Yes. But we have seen that this is not the case, that actually ministries are looking for informed persons who can make the argument. And sometimes it's the question of when do you make this argument, because you might come too early, and then it kind of falls on deaf ears, or it's not prepared the ground. That's why, for example, at least in the project, we are trying to have 2 national dissemination events, because maybe the first one is just, okay, you have heard about this project. The second, you have learned a bit more. You identified some people who say, okay, these seem to be the knowledgeable persons to whom I can talk. But this is a long process. We do hope that in the months which we have in the project, we can go further in terms of reaching the policymakers and getting it to the level which you were mentioning. But we will see how much we can see. We know it's possible, but it requires effort from academics, from institutions and universities. This is what I can say from the project perspective. But now we will go to Mr. Korn, who can tell us more about the policy, I think.
Thank you, Dr. Yarosh. To answer your questions, I think at the moment, mobility is already happening, but it's happening maybe at the bilateral level between university. This project that we see is to help creating a foundation. You can say it's like creating a common currency for the university to use to exchange with other universities who also implement the same recognition mechanism. So we have been discussing about multilateral possibilities as well, but at the moment, I think the benefits that you get outright from this project is that all the universities that have been implementing these recognition mechanisms, it will be easier for the universities to do the exchange already. So the long shot, there would be a possibilities, but we also is in the exploration stage at the moment on that front as well. But yes, I think to answer your question, as soon as you use these recognition mechanisms, it will be a starting of the way towards the exchange with other universities, whether it's bilateral or multilateral. But yes, it's just a foundation for that.
All right,
Okay.
thank you.
So thank you for those answers. I think the keywords are foundation, exploration, and maybe really putting in our efforts to try doing these recognition projects and to see what will happen after that. And if it's good, then maybe we can share it with more schools, and hopefully we can share it to the context and the countries that we are in. It's very hopeful, the answer of Dr. Yarosh about this, that it has happened before. And hopefully it will happen now. So to my Filipino friends, please do not be uncomfortable in your seats as we were talking about these policies in our own country. Okay, Dr. Yarosh and Mr. Korn will be around the whole day. If you have more questions, we can ask them during breaks and during the sessions later afternoon when we have more time. But for now, we would like to proceed to the other sessions for this morning. So Dr. Yarosh and Mr. Korn, thank you very much. Okay. All right, so let's now proceed to the first policy dialogue. And the topic for this segment is the challenges of student workload to promote student mobility, degree recognition, internationalization, prospect and challenges under national and the higher education institutions context. There are supposed to be 3 presenters today, and Dr. Yarosh will be the moderator for the question and answer later on. Attorney Lily Milia, Director, International Affairs, Commission on Higher Education, accepted our invitation, but unfortunately, due to health concerns, she will not be able to be here physically today. She has, however, shared her presentation to one of the presenters who has integrated this into his talk this morning. So allow me to introduce the first presenter. Our first presenter is the Vice President for Academic Affairs of the National Teachers College, or NTC, an institution managed by the Yuchenko Ayala Human Capital Development Group, iPeople organization. The first recipient of the Oscar M. Lopez Award for Transformative Educational Leadership in 2016. He brought to a global platform in 2019 his advocacy in equitable access in education as a training scholar of the Asia-Europe Foundation at the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. He currently provides expert advice to the British Council in Manila in quality assurance in international higher education in the Philippines. As chairperson of the Commission on Higher Education's Technical Panel in Teacher Education and Technical Working Group in Creative Industries, and as a member of the Technical Working Group in Flexible Learning, he assumes thought leadership in response to the demands of education in the new normal. Please welcome Dr. Edison Fermin, Vice President for Academic Affairs, National Teachers College. Welcome, Dr. Fermin.
Maraming salamat po. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here at one of the country's finest innovation hubs in education, the Ateneo de Manila University. So I'm here to wear 2 hats, one of National Teachers College and of course, the Commission on Higher Education. I'd like to express my deepest sense of gratitude to the organizers of the CALOHEA, and hopefully this is going to give us more insight into the local context through which internationalization is quickly becoming a buzzword. I'd like to begin by telling you that there is a response that we can immediately give to the question raised to Kun Korn earlier and Dr. Yarosh. What will be the value of the outcomes of this conference? I was in discussion with one of the offices under the auspices of the ASEAN Sociocultural Community, and I did manifest why the drafting of the Mutual Recognition Agreement, or MRA, for teacher education, for instance, did not materialize. And the reason was rather straightforward. They wanted to see proofs of concept that the earlier MRAs in the other disciplines are fully functioning and are yielding the right intended outcomes. And so as far as my discipline is concerned, teacher education, the answer to the question of the esteemed Dean of the De La Salle University is actually make sure that we benefit and we maximize the opportunity to exchange ideas, which will lay the groundwork, to borrow the words of Dr. Yarosh, for other multilateral policies that will be created. And if it's okay with Dr. Yarosh and the team of CALOHEA, I'll bring it up to the ASCC body that there is already something, at least for teacher education, that is happening. And this is a milestone for the Philippines because the Philippines is a key player in the development of regional competency frameworks in teacher education, which have been instrumental to the development of 10 program standards and guidelines in Philippine teacher education issued in 2017. As you all know, there is a mutually accepted set of competencies in teacher education called the Southeast Asia Competency Framework for Teaching. And I hope that that's going to be part of the discussion of the team for teacher education because it's currently being followed and enshrined in our PSGs. So my colleague at Attorney Milia and I, we were discussing over the phone last night what we intended to actually share with you as far as the Commission on Higher Education is concerned. And it is imperative for us to understand that the Philippine government is looking at the internationalization, which we call IZN for short, of the Philippine higher education ecosystem is an economic development strategy. Currently, we're trying to find the means to convert the extent to which economic gains are produced once a higher education institution engages in internationalization efforts. And this is because from the very start, the roadmap for internationalizing Philippine higher education was premised on the fact that this could drive a lot of potential changes for the entire economic ecosystem that we are all part of. And the 6 major strands that you are seeing on the screen right now spell out the fact that there is a critical imperative that we connect with local and external experts in driving the very changes and advantages we want to see insofar as a globalized, and may I say, localized higher education system is concerned. Now, in particular, there is that direction towards ensuring that we re-engineer our part existing policies that impact on the design and delivery of internationalization initiatives, which will actually be contingent on the amount of expertise that we're able to gather within the region and beyond, especially as we try to understand what we mean by standards in each of the professions that we're taking good care of. Of course, we're talking along the lines of human capital development in this context. The Philippine Development Plan, no less, makes mention of the concept of lifelong learning opportunities that hopefully, when framed properly, will yield what we call as our edge in terms of coping with the risks and the demands of what we call as the global demographic dividend. So you're seeing the education development agenda enshrined in the Philippine Development Plan, and towards the bottom layer, you'll find there in the middle the vision for higher education, which I have enlarged here, which is directed towards creating a globally competitive and inclusive TVET and higher education system for improved research output. And eventually, we attain those because we want to have a broader knowledge economy. Now, if you look at the 7 bullets on the screen, a lot of these were spelled out in terms of agency-specific strategies and deliverables necessarily connect with the discourse of internationalization. And this is the reason a lot of the institutional development and innovation grants being managed by the Commission almost always would ask the higher education institution the extent to which that project or initiative is connected to a lot of the other overarching global or international education aims of the government. For instance, we are looking at the development of what we call as regional university systems. These are not ASEAN regional university systems, but these are regional university systems within the Philippines, which should be fueled by extant models coming from the rest of the ASEAN and beyond. As you may know, as signatory to the other governing documents in terms of regional cooperation, we're seeing that the Philippines can benefit a lot from the experiences of regional higher education university systems. And maybe one of these days, one of you, or in fact, most of you, can run some of these regional universities in specific programs. And that's the reason 3 key implementing strategies have been put in place by the Commission. You know, when we were drafting the roadmap, because I was asked to be part of that drafting team, we looked at which ones are the low-hanging fruit that we can focus on. And given the resource environment of the Philippines, the ones that we can realistically roll out. Take note, not only for the public higher education sector, but also for the private higher education institutions. We are trying our best at the Commission to actually ensure that that complementarity is achieved. But you and I know that, of course, public funds have to be invested generally and for most of the time, at least in higher education, to our state universities and colleges, such as the Central Luzon State University, a center of excellence in teacher education. The expansion of countrywide and region-wide mobility of students, faculty, and staff, that's crucial. So we are now, in fact, looking at the SUK leveling guidelines and the determination of the autonomous and the regulated higher education institutions, specifically in terms of the number of faculty members, students, and staff who have undergone some degree of mobility and international experience. The establishment of an environment that will promote international exchanges and collaboration, that's where cooperations between and among institutions within the region, through the help of organizations such as the AUN and CALOHEA, will actually be very, very useful. Because the tuning group, for example, is like glue trying to put everyone on the same page. And believe it or not, sometimes this extra adhesion or adhesive push is what we need to align several items within a very culturally diverse region as the ASEAN. And there is that predilection to actually ensure that most of Philippine higher education institutions are able to connect well with our neighboring states within the region. But more importantly, people will move towards the direction of innovation. And again, I'd like to emphasize that a lot of the innovations happening on the ground right now, you'd find out, they're not largely because of the regulation or autonomy. Just to let you know, there had been a lot of higher education institutions proposing directly to the Commission and Bank on how they look at the evolution and crafting of new pathways to learn particular disciplines in higher education. So do not fear that the Commission will nip in the bud whatever new item you have. In fact, it has become a more inviting place right now to propose. It's just that we have gotten so used to borrow the words of our colleague, a heavily regulated environment. I guess we are trying to unlearn so much of the fact that in the monolithic years of our education sector, and I'm talking about the unified higher education system, we are all hungry about a memorandum of some sort. That's why I said memocracy is an anathema to innovation. So don't look for the memorandum, okay? And maybe you'll get a lot of ideas coming from the CALOHEA conference. But we need to quality assure because sometimes people get so excited about the innovations they make and they forget that the quality, the sustainability of those initiatives may sometimes be put to risk. So currently, we are in the final stages of memorandizing, sorry to use the term, the new quality assurance framework for internationalization of Philippine higher education, where we created 5 tiers, in 5 developmental tiers, so that we can help better each higher education institution in the direction of internationalization that they prefer. So that's going to be out soon, and hopefully that's going to drive more innovation on the ground. These initiatives, meanwhile, spell out how we wanted those 3 broad directions to be carried out in the field. Some of you, including the Ateneo de Manila University, is actually or are actually involved in these flagship initiatives. Transnational higher education, for example, is the preferred pathway for many of our internationalized degree programs because it affords us the opportunity to create value by combining the powers of 2 or 3 institutions combining to offer degree programs in what we call as the emerging and the trailblazing fields. Teacher education, engineering, medicine are all part of that roster. One of these initiatives is something that we would like to grow using the inputs of groups or gatherings such as CALOHEA, and that is the National Center for Academic International Mobility, which is intended to be some form of a clearinghouse that provides guidance to institutions, faculty members, learners, even parents on what we mean by international mobility so that they may be properly connected to institutions that can provide for their specific needs for mobility, internationalization, and so on and so forth. I cannot spend so much time on this because I want us to zero in on the issues on the ground. That's why we are having some doubts on the extent to which internationalization can be expedited, given also our resource environment. In terms of the pursuit of mobility and credit transfer, there are 3 important bodies, therefore sets of documents from those bodies that the Philippines, of course, is heavily connected with and a subscriber to. For instance, you have the policies and guidelines on university mobility in Asia and the Pacific, or the UMAP Credit Transfer Scheme, which by far contains comparable evidence on the extent to which student workload, assessments, grading mechanisms, faculty qualifications, and so on and so forth are spelled out. Then you have the guidelines for participation of selected HEIs in the ASEAN, now called the Asian International Mobility for Students, or the AIMS program, and the guidelines on student exchanges and mobility of the ASEAN +3 Working Group on Student Mobility and Quality Assurance. I'm showing these to you because it might be good for you to make use of them as reference to your discussions. Let me jump into the issues that we have here in the Philippines, which Attorney Milia and I describe as surmountable issues in the first place. The first thing that we have to understand is that our current local guidelines on student work loan pertain to contact hours only, the way we all understand it to be. Teaching contact hours. And earlier, I was actually very happy that Dr. Yarush was saying it has to be a combination of the contact hours, as you know them, and independent work. So there is an actual higher education guideline called CMO1 series of 2011. Gosh, it's so old, which tells you we are measuring really in terms of teaching hours. And even activities such as laboratory work, drafting, shop, or field work, they are more or less measured in terms of supervised and teaching hours. This is where your work in this 2-day event will come in very, very helpful, because the Commission wants to undertake initial modeling and ultimately revision initiatives that promote what we call a notional system. So the notional system for student workload is enshrined in other global qualifications document. For instance, the Framework for Higher Education Qualifications, or the FHEQ of most European countries. It's pretty much spelled out what we mean by a notional system. And the same is true for the Credit Accumulation and Transfer System, or CATS, again, mostly coming from the European member states. You will see that they include a variety of learning activities and optimum learning time. Now, let me tell you what I believe is optimum learning time. Remember, we are dealing with higher education students, both at the graduate and undergraduate levels. The ones that will really dictate the optimum time, or the amount of time you need to be exposed to a set of competencies or outcomes, should be industries. That's why even internationalized programs, which will have mobility component, should have an industry advisory council telling that after their international exposure, their competencies will be maximized this way. And so if you follow the principle of reverse engineering, they can tell you how much ideal time for independent learning, let's say in the industry or a workplace, will be helpful as a component of that internationalized program. The other issue is that the definitions of student workload in the international reference documents that we are a signatory to are also outdated. For instance, do you know that the ASEAN Plus 3 guidelines on student mobility and its supplemental document, which informs higher education institutions on how to give credit, will tell you that teaching/contact hours in class and the duration of self-study will be the principal material to assess. There's a preposition which says they're outside, but it seems to be diminished by the fact that the one that was highlighted was teaching contact hours. And you know how it is for most of the ASEAN member states. We will likely follow what seems to be more explicitly mentioned. And again, the way to resolve this issue is maybe undertake the initial modeling. And truth be told, Kun Korn earlier made mention, you can actually try it out with one institution first compared to you and see how it's gonna work. If it works, that's already case one in terms of us preparing ourselves towards a national policy framework for credit transfer. Take note, the Philippine credit transfer system right now is still operating between TVET and higher education institutions. We have not yet seen how the Philippine credit transfer system operates within higher education itself, where the volume of learning experiences is not necessarily coming from the tech voc sector. You get what I mean? There's a lot that we haven't really accounted for. The third is a function of shared local understandings of credit and student workload. You see, most of our credit recognition officials, fundamental of whom would be the registrars, they are hesitant. You're laughing because it's true. Are there registrars in the audience? You're a culprit, because you don't want to award full credit because of your predilection towards finding the equivalence. And by equivalence, you mean if host institution A declares 54 hours, you want to see in the mobility experience also 54 hours. The world doesn't operate that way. However, we all agree with the language of outcome-based education. You see, when I prepared our initial due diligence documents to create the first transnational teacher education program in the Philippines, which is now hosted by Miriam College and the Goldsmiths College of the University of London, I had to deal with the fact that, hey, the original course that I intended has the following set of outcomes, but I placed their equivalent to 54 hours in the Philippine framework, the qualifications framework that we have. But in Goldsmiths, you only take that for about 20 hours. So we said, this is going to be difficult because we were operating on what we find in the Philippines, we must find in London. We can't. So you know what we agreed on? We agreed on the registry of outcomes. And that's when we realized you could negotiate the credits. And that's the spirit of international cooperation. You create shared understandings. But here's the thing. Sure, you can create the shared international understanding, then the CHED regional offices come in. I know, don't get me started. The CHEDROs are people operating sometimes in the late Jurassic era, perhaps, where they, I'm so sorry. Sometimes I have to filter when I'm wearing the private sector hat and the CHED hat. But really, sometimes you will end up with a very heated argument with them that this is the meaning of credit, but they will say, no, but it's not 54 hours. Okay, that's when we say we need to reorient these people on the ground who participate in the massive quality assurance process that we have out there. But please don't be so judgmental towards the CHEDROs. They're improving because they're now listening. This is how we move forward in the direction of recognizing innovations on the ground. But there's one thing the CHEDROs will have to open up to more frequently. It's the industry advisory councils coming in. Because one of the goals rather, not the ultimate, one of the goals of higher education is employability. But without listening to industries and the representatives, we will constantly widen the industry academe gap. And the Second Congressional Commission on Education, EDCOM2, is actually wanting to address that further. The last one, which I think is pretty much a low-hanging fruit, is that some mobility mechanisms are too grounded on time-related metrics. You know, it's good that Dr. Yarush showed that we wanted to be transparent in terms of the expectations of exposure time, contact hours, and so on and so forth. But let's concentrate on a more important curriculum and instruction related item. That is the concept of outcomes alignment. When we actually look at some cases of higher education institutions conducting international internship, for example, would you believe once the students finish the international internship, when they come back to the Philippines, there's no full credit provided to the internship. They will still be asked to get 1 or 2 additional courses when they return to the Philippines. Just because, again, the concept of equivalency is put into question. But if we upskill our HEI personnel, especially those with regulatory functions, the registrar, in creating, translating, and aligning academic outcomes as industry-responsive indicators, we can go farther. Because the disposition of the registrar or the dean or the department chair should be, oh wow, they treat our outcome in terms of X number of hours, but in this other university, it's X number of outputs, regardless of the extent to which you have immersed yourself in a series of experiences producing the output. You see, there's a lot that we will discover along the way. But towards the end of this sharing, I'd like to tell you that there are more fundamental issues at work. And I'm sorry, but I will cite my colleague at the Central Luzon State University. The question earlier on supervising to some extent independent work is part of the larger context of our problems that we saw happening in the transition during COVID-19, before COVID-19 and during COVID-19. And I'd like you to look at the item that Dr. Attorney Milia and I emphasize, the concept of a learner-driven learning experience. I very much love what Dr. Yarush said. It doesn't mean that it's independent. They can do everything they want. You will still need to monitor, but I will add something to it. This is where the negotiation of learning takes place. I've been studying micro-credentialing pathways for nearly 6 years now. And the reason why I'm promoting micro-credentialing as part of the overarching concept of credit transfer is you can create and elect your own learning pathway to a supervisor. But the supervisor needs to validate it. Because you know, when you log on to Coursera, for example, or LinkedIn Learning Academy, the AI tool will actually tell you, why don't you consider taking X number of hours that is compatible with the profile that you submitted to me? It will create a syllabus for the student. But being an AI-generated program, a supervisor needs to validate, okay, this will become equivalent to this set of outcomes that I have included in our syllabus. That's where it will come in. You see, the reason we keep on looking at equivalencies in terms of time, we're still operating on the supremacy of content in the disciplines. But the truth of the matter is that in COVID-19, content became an inch long, but the experience of each student became a mile deep. Compared to higher education pre-COVID-19, where the content is a mile long, but the experience and mastery will be an inch deep. And therefore, industrial partners would say, you know, I can't see you able to perform that. Because truth of the matter is, the ubiquitousness of content makes it possible for anyone to acquire content specific to a discipline, but we want to see how that content comes alive in specific experiences, which I would say should be framed in the larger discourse no longer of the VUCA environment, but the Bani ecosystem, which tells us that we're moving towards an education era where there's a lot of brittleness, anxiety, nonlinearity, and incomprehensibility. I like very much the way Jamais Casio, who coined the term Bani, because it tells you that for the longest time, we are suffering from an illusion, a set of 4 illusions. The illusion of strength, the illusion of control, the illusion of predictability, and the illusion of knowledge. There is such a thing as the illusion of knowledge. And believe me, when I look at least 7 of these articles, it's true. Many of our systems in higher education, including those that are falling under the discourse of internationalization, they promote so much of these illusions. But if we come together from the grassroots level and up and say that, we tried it, and this is the better way of creating student workload that empowers the student to own the learning process, become agents of knowledge generation, and of course, community transformation eventually, then we can satisfy no longer just the condition of lifelong learning, but we will be able to migrate these systems towards life-wide, life-deep, and life-wise learning. My colleague Isabel mentioned that maybe this is an opportunity to create a framework for internationalization and credit transfer and mobility. I just want you to know that it's important that we facilitate these developments, thinking along the lines that they're not only earning a qualification or degree, they're wanting to widen their experience, deepen their experience, and become wiser in the end. So why am I showing this to you? The major capital of any education transformation doesn't lie much in the way knowledge, skills, and responsibilities will be acquired, but how it can augment the human experience. So while we are at the state of artificial intelligence, we're also moving towards augmented intelligence and humanity. And that's crucial because, to borrow the expressions made by our colleagues at the National Institute of Education, it's social emotional regulation and well-being that cannot be replaced by any form of pedagogical or technological advancements out there. And internationalization, being an opportunity to reach out to other people, should be able to augment this important dimension of human learning. And in conclusion, I hope that as you gather in rigorous discussion on how you can make these qualification frameworks, credit transfer systems, become more tangible and comprehensible people, remember, we're trying to learn new experiences by unlearning first from so much of the previous era of higher education. And this is where a lot of reflective experience will come into play. And because you each of you has a distinct flavor and contribution to this process, remember that individually we are one drop and together we are an ocean. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Fermin. He's running off to his next commitment, but we managed to appeal to him to stay just a few minutes longer to answer to some of the questions. So we're having the question and answer portion now with Dr. Fermin. And Dr. Maria, maybe we can invite you to facilitate that. Come to us on stage. Dr. Fermin, can we request your presence again on stage? So again, if you have questions, just take the mic, no? And for our online viewers, you may type in your questions now. Maria?
Yeah, I would like to now officially, because I have just done it privately, thank Dr. Fermin for coming and for this fantastic presentation. Also for giving us hope that we can that chat is now open to many more developments, looking for these experiences and cases which we can bring from the project. So this is very encouraging. I would like to thank you for these words, for this openness. And I would like to encourage our project members from the Philippines to really make use of these opportunities to speak to CHED, to bring experiences, to share what you have been doing, because probably now is the moment from now on. And now let us use the time which Dr. Fermin has can still dedicate to us to ask some questions, make comments, share concerns. Yeah.
Good morning, Dr. Fermin. This is Jumel Miller from Central Luzon State University. Well, we are amazed with the innovation that you are doing in the national office. I am connected also with the CHED Regional Office in Region 3, being Regional Quality Assessment Team in the Bachelor of Physical Education. My question is, since we are offering based on the existing PSGs, sorry, how can we address some of the social issues now in terms of the mismatch of our graduates, since there are courses that were put into moratorium because of the oversupply, and sometimes in the industry they are not being hired. So with regards to the presentation that you have provided, I think in the provinces, how can we come up now with better decisions with regards to this job mismatch of the graduates?
Thank you so much, sir. And I must tell you that it's a perennial problem that we've been trying to understand, and one that cannot be addressed by CHED alone. That's why there has been a lot of interagency discussions as of late on trying to trash out where the real issues, where and what are the real issues in the first place in terms of the mismatch. But are you, I think you wanted to focus on the graduates of the Bachelor of Physical Education program, or in general. Okay, this is how I'd like to respond to that. You see, if you notice, every time the basic education curriculum shifts, expect that there will be adjustments in, for instance, the teacher education curriculum, because we need to supply the teachers who will teach the curriculum, without so much paying attention to the fact that why would you change so much of the content of the curriculum, especially now, when the basic education curriculum is actually streamlined, right? So sometimes overhauling the entire curriculum is the one that's making our progress towards supplying the demands much faster. So thankfully, and by virtue of a legislation, there's now an interagency body that has been strengthened, where we now get to address DepEd. How many PE teachers do you really need? And give us the figures using the projections over not a year-long period, but 10 years and even 15 years, because data analytics has come into play in the way we're trying to understand human capital in the country. So the Teacher Education Council is now overseeing the work even of the Commission on Higher Education in making refinements in the curriculum, precisely to address the gap. But we're really praying hard, and maybe you could pray hard with me, that the Executive Director of the Teacher Education Council be appointed immediately, because we cannot move unless that person who will oversee our processes will be able to give chance to speak and to tell us the directions that we want to take. Although CHED is already moving fast, in the sense that we have already reconstituted the technical panels for the disciplines under teacher education, and the ones who are sitting as co-chairs, as members, not necessarily co-chairs, are the curriculum developers of the new Matatag curriculum. And that's how we want to make sure that, okay, you said this is how you want it to be taught. This is how we want it to change. Is that okay with you? And the negotiation happens. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is Joyce Magdulis of Leyte Normal University. Dr. Fermin, I'd like to thank you also for a very well said presentation, although it seems still to be the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the issues presented that are encountered by HEIs. But there's one thing, sir, that I would like to hear more, and I think which was not mentioned also, which is on the internationalization support fund. Yes, because policies and programs are one thing, but when internationalization support fund is another thing. Thank you.
Okay. First, I have to let you know, I have nothing to do with those funds. But ma'am, the way I'll respond to it, this is why the QA framework needs to be released. Because the current CMO in support of internationalization, there are 4 tiers of support, right? I don't know if you're familiar with that transnational education. For instance, the transnational education CMO, it tells you that at this stage of your development, you can access certain form of help or support from the government. But it's so restrictive. You know why? You need to have level 2 accreditation, this and that, and so on and so forth. But when you look at the experience of our other countries overseas, even the more under-resourced states compared to the Philippines, that's not their approach. Their approach is, show me the proof of concept that it's gonna work, and then I'll fund you accordingly. Like what you're doing right now, CALOHEA is actually a proof of concept process, which eventually the member states of the ASEAN can pick up. So going back to the issue, but CHED has been improving in terms of making the call to making those innovations something that can be prioritized by the government. And the way to do it is you never do it alone. Okay? That's why I pulled up the Yunosuke Satoru quote there. The direction of CHED is don't propose an innovation just by yourself. Because remember, we're talking about nearly 2,000 higher education institutions in the country. If that innovation can be done by more than one institution, CHED pays attention because immediately the return of investment is going to be fast. So my tip, when you propose for a program for internationalization, don't think of Leyte Normal University. Maybe think of the 3NS. All the remaining normal universities of the country come together and see what you can do. You know, that's what happened to the Rajabat University system of Thailand. Eventually, the king recognized, I have to put together and invest more in the teaching universities. And that's why in the region, the Rajabat University system, our network, RUN, is the one that is growing so rapidly because they've come to know or recognize that if we put in the investments properly, not just to one, but a number of these institutions, the impact will be much greater. Once the new QA framework for internationalization is out, you will also find out, I'll give you a snapshot. There are higher education institutions that will be termed as incubator higher education institutions. That means to say, you're thinking how to put up your internationalization strategy. There will be a developmental set of support mechanisms for you. For example, we will ask the Ateneo de Manila University, that Leyte Normal University is thinking of that. Maybe a developmental approach to that is you get to be mentored by the Ateneo, and maybe the Ateneo can be paid X amount for that training. But eventually, after you have incubated and you've moved up to the implementer tier, you will do that for another university until everyone gets to a level of maturity in terms of internationalization. As to how much that translates to specific Philippine peso, I really don't know, ma'am, but the pathway, the trajectory that CHED is taking has been very encouraging so far. In fact, I'm going to tell you, I'm envious of the state universities and colleges. They have first dibs at the internationalization funds. Maybe one of these days, Leyte Normal can invite the other private universities here, like mine, National Teachers College. Why don't we do something together? So that's all that I can say at the moment, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Very happy to have you, Dr. Fermin, today. But in the interest of time, I'll have to cut this discussion short. If you have any questions, please give it to us, send it to us, and we will forward it to Dr. Fermin, and we will find a way to give you the answer somehow. Okay? Time check. So again, thank you very much, Dr. Fermin. Okay, so time check. Let's have our snacks. Okay, so but before that, let's have a certificate of our appreciation to Dr. Fermin. And for that, we will call Mr. Korn and Father Johnny to please join Dr. Fermin. Also, Dr. Maria, please, for a picture taking. So, Korn, Maria, and okay, and Father Johnny of the Dean of the GB SEAL. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Fermin. Okay, so let's have a 15-minute break. Let's be back at about before 11:26. Okay? So let's be back. We will ring the bell 2 minutes before 11:26. Okay. For online participants, we'll be back 11:26. Thank you. for the others to trickle in. Is there a way we can adjust the aircon? Yan na, yan na, yan na. Okay, we're lowering the temperature, but if you want to get jackets, I'd just like to promote our store. The university store is very near. It's just about 20 steps away from here. And if you want to go home with the new Ateneo jacket, then jackets are available there, which suits the temperature of the classrooms in the Ateneo. Okay, welcome back. We are still on Policy Dialogue 1, and we would like to call in now our next presenter. Okay. Our next presenter is the Assistant Vice President for University Partnerships and Internalization of the Higher Education Cluster of the Ateneo de Manila University. Prior to being appointed AVP, she served as the academic head of the Ateneo School of Government, where she led the continuous upgrading, development, and administration of the school's degree programs, namely the Master in Public Management and the PhD in Leadership Studies. Let's now all welcome Ms. Cristina Alikpala.
Thank you, Je, for that kind introduction. Allow me to just sort of organize my things here. Good morning to everyone. I'm very happy to be here, and I'd also like to acknowledge especially the organizing committee of this event, particularly GB Sealed, led by Father Johnny and by his very efficient and effective team right here. But also the organizers, the members of the CALOHEA project, Tuning Academy from the University of Groningen, Dr. Maria Roche, good morning, the ASEAN University Network, and also, of course, the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. Thank you for the kind invitation. We were asked to share our thoughts on the challenges that student workload poses to student mobility and internationalization, and particularly what practices we have developed in our university in order to facilitate student mobility. Perhaps at the outset, also coming from the earlier speaker, I'm an economist by training, but I'm not the economist that would sort of advocate for globalization just for globalization's sake. I head the internationalization office of our higher education cluster, but I also don't advocate for internationalization for internationalization's own sake. And I think that's something that I'd like to sort of preface my talk with, just because I think it provides a bit more context as to what I want to share with you this morning. Allow me first to give you an overview of the Ateneo de Manila University, who we are and what we do, and what it is that we hope to do for and with our students. And I think it's within that context that I really want to show you how we sort of approach mobility and internationalization in the university. So just as a brief background, hold on. There you go. The Ateneo de Manila University is a Filipino Catholic Jesuit university founded by the Spanish Jesuits in 1859. As a Jesuit educational institution, the goal of Ateneo de Manila University is the integral formation of persons of discernment, learning, and action. The aim of the university is to form leaders in service of the global and local community, most especially the poor, the vulnerable, and the excluded, professionals of conscience, competence, compassion, and commitment. These two slides that I've just shared with you, these slides draw heavily from the work of of our core curriculum team in the undergraduate programs, headed by our Associate Dean for the core curriculum, Dr. Benji Tolosa over there. I just want to cite my sources, no? So the goal of Ateneo education is not simply to form excellent technocrats, but rather to form people, no? To form people of conscience, competence, compassion, and commitment. As I said, Ateneo education has therefore never been solely about professional competence or excellence, but rather it has always been about integral formation of persons. Yes, included in that integral formation is the honing of excellence, is the honing of expertise. And but at the same time, while we do encourage our students to hone their talents and their expertise in the technical fields, we also spend a lot of time focusing on the formation of values and character, particularly service dedication, social formation, spirituality, and leadership. This person-centered formation is often described as the formation of men and women for others. The pointy end of that spear, that is the Ateneo mission of forming men and women for others, the very heart of Ateneo education, is of course its curriculum. The Ateneo curriculum has three critical components that integrate to form a cohesive whole. The core curriculum, which includes the CHED-mandated general education subjects and constitutes an integrated program that the Ateneo conceives to be a truly liberal education. The major curriculum, which comprises subjects in a wide range of fields of specialization that are carefully selected and regularly reviewed to provide students with the best preparation for their chosen career. And the co-curriculum, which seeks to help develop and integrate the personal, academic, sociocultural, and spiritual dimensions that are essential to the personhood of each student. The major curriculum will of course be different for each field of specialization, but the core curriculum and the co-curriculum remain essentially the same for all Ateneo students. This is what I would like to share with you this morning in greater detail, no? To illustrate in greater detail, let's look at the program of study of a typical student in the Ateneo Bachelor of Science major in management program. First, please note the legend. The blue boxes refer to core courses. The gold boxes refer to the co-curricular courses. And finally, the teal boxes will refer to major courses in management. So in the freshman year, a typical BS management student would take up the following. You will note the specific course titles are not important to our discussion this morning, but we only note right now the mixing of the three components of the Ateneo curriculum. Also, upon initial enrollment, each student is given an individual program of study, the IPS, which mainly refers to this official curriculum, but also is regularly updated to record student progress, individual student progress. The IPS basically serves as an individualized roadmap for each student to be able to complete the entire curriculum in 4 years. No? In the second year, the BS management student would take the following, and you will now note that there are now lighter colored teal boxes. The lighter colored teal boxes are major electives that the student can basically have some free choice, no, as to what specific course he or she would like to take. In the third year, and finally in the fourth year. Again, the specific titles are not very important to our discussion this morning. You will note, of course, that as is typical in many other university curricula, courses within the field of specialization dominate the third and fourth years of the program. In total, a typical BS management student in the Ateneo de Manila will have to successfully complete 181 credit units before graduation. In terms of student workload, that is substantial, and there are many other courses with even heavier workloads than our BS management program. Again, the mission, the Ateneo mission, is in the curriculum. And the curriculum was deliberately designed and sequenced also in a way that it develops academic competence and value formation throughout the 4 or 5 years that the student spends with us in the university. In particular, the core courses are organized into 4 stages, with each stage coinciding with each year level, roughly coinciding with each year level in the university. The foundation courses, which first-year students take, are meant to sharpen their competences in math, science, and communication, and also to encourage exploration of faith and spirituality, and to facilitate self-understanding. These foundations prepare our students to investigate and to know the world, its history, its ills, its potentials. And with this greater sense of the world at large, students are then encouraged to deepen their self-knowledge by defining themselves and their roles in the context of this world, bringing them hopefully to a readiness to discern life options so that ultimately they can become leaders who will engage the world and commit themselves to using their competences to work for social transformation. It is in this context of progressive values formation, character formation at the Ateneo de Manila that we offer to our college students the option to study abroad for a term during their junior year, during the year where they're supposed to now start defining themselves in this world and their role in this world that they've come to know. The Junior Term Abroad Program, or the JTA program, is a student mobility option open to third-year undergraduate students who are qualified, willing, and able. There are several qualification parameters that we look at before a student is allowed to do a junior term abroad, including a quality point or a general average requirement, as well as other academic performance indicators that need to be satisfied. A student will also have to signify his or her intent to do JTA, and of course, we make sure that we secure parental consent. Numerous other clearances, including health and mental wellness clearances, and I'm glad that the AVP for Healthcare and Wellbeing will also be speaking later on, and perhaps you can ask him questions about the clearances required for JTA as well. So we include health and mental wellness clearances which must be obtained by the student from concerned offices in the university. I think this process of clearing students, preparing students for JTA is typical in many universities. And the way we really facilitate exchange, which right now is mostly bilateral, and I'm glad that there's more and more substantive discussion about multilateral exchanges. But right now, the way we facilitate exchange is also quite typical. What I think is not typical, however, or what I think is a bit unique, is how we adjust student workload specifically to facilitate student mobility. When a student signifies his or her intent to study abroad for a term, a faculty member of the home department or the school, designated as a coordinator for student exchange, initiates the process of redesigning or recustomizing the student's IPS, the student's individual program of study. We go back again to our BS management student, the hypothetical BS management student that we saw earlier, whose individual program of study for the second, third, and fourth years we will now see in one slide. Note that these are the same courses that I showed you earlier, and that's why the legend, the color of the boxes is important. Note again that the blue boxes refer to core courses, the gold boxes refer to the core curriculum, the teal boxes refer to the majors, and particularly the lighter teal boxes. The lighter teal boxes refer to major electives. Can I have tech support, please? Something happened to, I think I've been signed out of Zoom. Okay, again, the specific titles are not important. That's why I color-coded it, okay? So this student, at the beginning of sophomore year, well ahead of the junior year, at the beginning of sophomore year, this student decides, I want to do JTA, okay? I want to do JTA. And The target semester to do JTA is the fall term, the fall semester or the first semester of the junior year, now highlighted in the red, by the red border. No? You will note that during this target JTA semester, this student is scheduled to take up 3 core courses, 3 blue boxes, right? 3 majors, 3 teal boxes, and then a co-curricular NSTP course. No? As you can imagine, because of how we have designed our curriculum, and because also of the rather heavy workload that our students have to sort of bear as part of Ateneo de Manila, real estate is quite scarce, no, in our 4-year curriculum. And we're very, very protective of particularly the core courses. We're very, very protective of the core courses and the majors, no, that we've built into the curriculum. And we find it very, very difficult to approve equivalencies with those offered by our partner universities, even as excellent as those courses might be, because those core courses in particular fit into a larger integrated whole. No? So, when a student decides to go on JTA, like I said, her IPS is redesigned so that the core courses and majors are taken in other semesters, and the courses that she takes in our partner university are then credited as electives. With these adjustments, we are able to keep intact the core curriculum. The majors are also protected, and all the work that the student puts into the partner university is still credited toward her degree program. Finally, the adjustment of the IPS also allows for the student to graduate on time. The university does this IPS adjustment for every single student who signifies his or her intention to study abroad during the junior year. Does it always work out that neatly as it did in the slide? Of course not, okay? And of course, there are many, many exceptions to that, but that is what we try to facilitate for our students. As you can imagine, this is no small feat and requires firm commitment, early commitment, in fact, on the part of the student and the university to create an opportunity for student mobility and to take advantage thereof. The rationale for the almost painstaking, individualized level of adjustment to facilitate mobility goes back again to the Ateneo mission. We see internationalization not as an end in itself, but rather as an important component in allowing our students to figure out who they are, how they see themselves in the world, how they contribute to the world. As Heleta and Chassis have recently shared, internationalization is a critical and comparative process of the study of the world and its complexities, its inequalities, and its injustices, both past and present, and its possibilities for a more equitable and just future for all. It is in this context that we pursue and facilitate mobility for our students. As a final note, and in view of how Ateneo de Manila sees the role of internationalization in the greater context of its formation mission, we recognize that expanding access to internationalization opportunities, not necessarily mobility opportunities, but rather internationalization opportunities, is a very important area of work. There is a greater portion of the student population in Ateneo de Manila, and I reckon perhaps in the Philippines, all over the Philippines, there is a greater portion of our student population who for one reason or another will not be able to take advantage of mobility opportunities. For example, our students in the School of Science and Engineering have great difficulty taking advantage of JTA, even with the IPS adjustment. We in the University Partnerships and Internationalization Office recognize there's a great need and opportunity to deepen the impact of internationalization on our local programs for our local community. Our team has been working hard to reflect this broadened sense of mission, and we hope to have another opportunity sometime in the future to share with you lessons, learnings, and to also learn from you about this area of work. Thank you again, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you very much, Tin, for that sharing on the student mobility and internationalization. You're not yet off the hook. Can I invite you back on stage for question and answer portion? Doc Maria, please join us. Okay, you know the drill. If you have questions, please take over the mic. And also for our Zoom participants, please just type in your questions in the chat box. So would anyone have questions?
While you are thinking of your questions, I would like to also thank Christina for sharing, because I just want to highlight how important, because it might seem kind of easy, you know, things change on the screen and then they all go to one semester, and it's not easy at all. So it's really a big step forward. I hope other institutions can get inspired from this. Sometimes it's called a mobility window, because you create a particular semester when it's easier for your students to go abroad. But as mentioned by Christina, it's a big work behind. And also, thank you for reminding us why we're doing this, in order to make sure that our students become the persons we want them to become. And of course, also that internationalization is not only about mobility. Okay.
Jan Garcia again from De La Salle. Sorry, it's not one thing to know Ateneo's secret on how to implement it, but what are the guiding principles? Like what Maria was saying, it's not really easy, you know, how to match it. So how do you determine which course will the students take abroad? Do you look at outcomes? Do you look at job course descriptions? Or you have long-term agreement with partner universities that for these exchange programs, these are the courses that your students can actually take?
Well, first, even creating the slide obviously wasn't easy, right?
Right.
But yes, you're absolutely right. The individualized program of study is not an easy thing, and I really want to make mention that we have excellent faculty coordinators for student exchange who do all that advisement for each and every student who's signed. So my office, we do not touch the individualized program of study. It's actually faculty and home departments that give them advice. Also because we're very careful of prerequisites, right? For courses and also student workload. If you saw that slide earlier, a lot of the courses went to the sophomore year. And that makes the sophomore year quite a heavy year, no? But that's also because we want to create a little bit more space in the senior year, just in case there are some issues with, you know, passing requirements or all that, so that the student can still graduate on time. When we enter into partnerships, especially nowadays, what we try to do is we really look at what areas of what disciplinal areas our partners are strong in, so that we can sort of encourage our students. If you're a business major, then perhaps these are the universities that you might want to look at. And if you saw there, no, because we credit them as major electives, they really are only allowed to take courses that are directly related to their program of study. And because they're electives, right? We know that electives are important, but they don't sort of factor in heavily into the progression of the entire curricular design. So that's why we credit them as electives. It's not always easy, you're right. It also sort of limits the options for our students. Perhaps that is also why we have a rather high academic requirement before we allow our students to go on JTA. The general average requirement is quite serious, no? So parang we really want our students to take advantage of the opportunity, but we also want the students to be serious about it, to be well prepared for it, no? It's easy to send a student. It's easy to imagine a scenario where a student is sent for JTA, and the experience won't be as enriching or as formative
because the student isn't ready for that experience. So we try to really look at that. Our systems are not perfect, obviously. We're still refining, especially the health and mental wellness systems. We're still refining it and strengthening it. But I think the most important point is that we see this opportunity as part of a larger formation mission rather than well, it's part of globalization. Yeah.
So my key takeaway is clear how the particular activities is tied to the strategic goal of the university.
That is the goal, yes.
Okay. And then I think the other, I'd just like to affirm Maria for sharing the idea that beyond anticipating the challenges of mobility is we can focus on creating those mobility windows rather than setting all the rules that will help us cope with these challenges. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Reina Masada from Faculty of Medicine, Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. So yeah, it is very interesting about talking about the student mobility. In my university, the difficulties is because of the time of the lecturing or of the study of the students, because students don't want to leave in between or when they are in class and they have to go abroad. My university already has many collaboration with the Netherlands, but the difficulties is because, especially in my faculty in medicine, student doesn't want to leave and lost the mark of the subject they attend. So that is the difficulties. I just want to know how you solve this problem. So in my faculty, we can do only for the subject of community service. So they leave for the, for example, now I have students in Rotterdam University. They sit in the university there to do the community medicine service subject, and then they transfer credit transfer to my university. And also we did it in the between of semester. So in holiday inter semester, they go there to do the community service, to attend not the class because they also in holiday, but for the community. So they live in the community and learn for the culture and also for the disease in the community. So I think that is the problem for exchange. Yeah. Yeah.
A few years ago, I don't know the exact year, but a few years ago, the Ateneo de Manila University, the higher education of Ateneo de Manila, actually adjusted our academic calendar, particularly, specifically to create mobility opportunities for our students. But of course, we know that academic calendars across the world are not synchronized, right? So we had to sort of choose which calendars we're synchronizing with. And at that juncture, we sort of synchronized, not exactly still, but with the American and the European calendar. No? So our first semester is, the fall semester is August to December. The spring semester is January to May. And our intersession used to be our summer term is now June, July. It's monsoon term in this part of Asia, right? And so there's that kind of mobility adjustment, adjustment to create mobility windows, as Dr. Maria has mentioned. But still, especially if our student opts to go to an Asian country, for example, Japan, for example, it's a popular destination. We still encounter that problem of mismatch of academic calendars. What we advise our students is that there are some semesters in Japan, for example, that fit a little bit more neatly into our own academic calendar. So we advise the students in that regard. And then we again adjust the IPS so that even if the student ends up, going to JTA in an uneven way, in an uneven timing, so to speak, we're able to adjust the IPS specifically for that student, so that there will be not much lost time. Now, like I said, it doesn't always work out that neatly. And there are many instances when a student tells us he or she wants to do JTA, the necessary consequence is that they have to extend for a semester, delayed graduation. Very few people will want that option, and many will just say, never mind, I'd rather graduate on time. And that's clearly understandable. And that is precisely why we emphasize that if we really believe that internationalization has a role to play in this formation mission, then internationalization cannot be equated only to mobility, because mobility will really have barriers and obstacles. No, not many will be able to take advantage of mobility. In our population, in our student population, it's less than 10%. So it's not a lot, no? And that's why we are now beginning to emphasize how we can internationalize local courses, local communities, to bring this globalized perspective and internationalized perspective even in the local programs that we offer. And then mobility also doesn't have to be a term, right? Yeah. Short-term mobilities can be as enriching, experiences, formative experiences as well. And so we're also looking very, very interested, with much enthusiasm at shorter term opportunities for our students.
Yeah, may I ask another question? It's about the funding. So for the funding, is it the student here or the government give opportunity to apply funding to mobility for the students, or from the university or the students? Because from my experience in my university, students pay by themselves. So it is, it is definitely not many students can do that.
Ateneo de Manila is a private university, and we don't receive government subsidies for the most part. So our students do pay a fee locally here because of our agreements with our partner universities. They pay an international student fee here in the home university, and we do student exchange with our partners. No? There are, however, opportunities for sort of scholarships, for international mobility. And this really is because of the networking and the stronger sense of community, for example, that for example ASEAN might have. And so we get some kind of a few slots of scholarships for student mobility. But definitely that is one of the greatest obstacles, I think, to student mobility. It's affordability. And I didn't call attention to it, but in my slides, the financial capacity to pay is actually also, we don't look into it, but it is definitely a consideration.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting discussion, but we're short of time. So let's thank Ms. Cristina Alikpala for the time and the energy and whatever and what she shared with us today. So in token of our gratitude and appreciation, we'd like to gift her with a certificate, and we'd like to call Father Johnny and Corn to join us on stage for the picture taking. Just also for the interest of the online viewers, we'd like to know that you have one question, and we will answer that through the chat before Ma'am Tin leaves the session today. So, thank you again, Ms. Tin, Cristina Alikpala, for joining us today, and for the very, very insightful experience that you've shared with us. Thank you very much. Now we move on, okay? The morning, we just had our first policy dialogue 1, and now we move to part 2 of the policy dialogue. The speakers, we have 3, represents various stakeholders in education, namely faculty, employer, and student. Okay? And let's listen to our first speaker. He has been with the Ateneo de Manila University for the last 3 decades, and he served in various capacities, such as Associate Director for Health Sciences Program, Coordinator for Learning Experiences in the Community, Chair for Discipline Committee, Associate Chair for the Department of Biology, Executive Director of Tulong Dunong Foundation. He is a consultant for health to the Bar Chief Bar Examinations 2023 and is currently the Assistant Vice President for Health, Care, and Well-Being of the Ateneo de Manila Higher Education. Let's all welcome Dr. Norman Dennis Marquez.
Morning, everyone. Well, many seasoned speakers would remark that if you begin your presentation with a disclaimer, you're always on the defensive. So this morning, I will be on the defensive by saying that this is really not an extensive analysis of student mobility, particularly in the health or medical field, but rather I'd like to present certain handles that we might want to visit or revisit, and maybe offer some perspectives so as to enrich the conversation. As mentioned by one of the previous speakers, before we even go to the nitty-gritty details of mobility, issues on mobility, perhaps just to present windows or opportunities for mobility might be or should be in order. All right, so I suppose I'd like to begin with the subject of the discussion, which is the student themselves, okay? And many literature on understanding motivation for our young people going into the field of medicine, but I suppose in general in the field of health, would often have this in mind, no? And it is interesting, no, that not just for the love of science or for some life-changing moment or an inspiration from a family member, many would still be largely, many of the students or the young people would still say that they want to put their gifts at the service of others. Such noble motivation. Huh? In fact, to some extent, we're validated by current trends that we observe. Okay. Again, there is indeed a higher interest for people to go to the health or medical field, maybe more so because of our experience during the pandemic. And statistics show that there are, in fact, a higher number of students applying, no, and enrolling in medical schools and other health and allied sciences. The thing is, healthcare needs are also growing, no? And so we still have to match the needs with on the supply side, no? And while we do produce more physicians than ever, globally, and more so for low income and maybe for some middle income countries, there is still a shortage or a lack of health professionals. I'm talking about doctors, nurses, and other allied services, professionals in the allied services. And perhaps one of the limitations and one of the factors that may impact the shortage is because the number of annual applicants is increasing much, much faster than the number of available medical school seats. Okay, what does that mean? well, I suppose in terms of acceptance rates, no, there are many factors. Of course, one will be the attractiveness or the prestige of the med school, so that students, okay, will in fact come and enroll in terms of what that school will offer them, not just in terms of the curriculum, but in terms, more importantly, in terms of work opportunities after. Okay. So for instance, in the US, matriculation rate is somewhere between 40 to 80%. So among the applicants, that's 40 to 80% who will in fact register and be willing to pay their tuition and fees, one form or another. Okay. Now, for the more selective schools, however, like for instance, the Mayo and Stanford, they only accept roughly 2% of people applying to them. So that is indeed a limitation. Looking at, okay, again, another factor that might influence admission, no, and also that has to do with mobility, is of course this slide. If you notice, for instance, non-US citizen and non-permanent residents are only accepted at a very small 20% of their admission. Why am I citing the US? Well, I suppose, as mentioned, US is one of the more favorite destinations, no? And in terms of preparatory courses to, well, in this case, medical schools, but I suppose for other healthcare professional training, it's interesting though, no, that more and more non-science related, biological science related courses are accepted into med school. I think about 2 decades ago, no, studies have shown that competencies important for medical education or for the would-be health professional demanded not just competencies in the technical science courses, but more and more the need to have grasp and appreciation of the humanities as well as of the social sciences. So this is really interesting. No? And I suppose later on in the discussion, this is something that the mobility issues can be looked at. On the other side of the globe, of course, in Europe, I think student mobility in the health or medical field is in fact more ideal, more favorable, because for many students of human medicine, studying abroad is becoming more a norm. Okay, because the European nations have been working on this mobility for quite a while. It still is challenging though, because just under 30% of students in medicine complete 3 or more stays abroad. In other words, complete 3 or more stays abroad, which means that in the course of their studies, they are able to do 2 to 3 enter into 2 to 3 exchange program. That's quite a dream for us here in Asia. To have one will already be a big deal. Going back to Asia, it's also interesting to note that, for instance, in China, mobility has been increasing significantly in the past 10 years. No? A recent publication that puts it at reaching as high as 41-42% of their students Okay, and but if you look at in terms of their engagement, only about 91% participated in mostly short-term study tours, as mentioned by our colleague in Indonesia a while ago. It's something similar. Okay. For more collaborative degree programs that will issue 2 diplomas, in that sense, no, that's only about what, 4%, 4 to 5%. And for research programs, that's even similar, about 4 to 5%. And of course, as I've said, the favorite destinations would be the US, well, Hong Kong, because it's nearer and cheaper, perhaps South Korea, although that's also will have its limitations. More popular, getting more popular now is the UK, which has opened its doors for more windows of opportunities, and then maybe even in Australia. Again, looking at some of the issues for mobility, at least in China, a great deal will have to contend most of these opportunities are challenged by subsidies, no, and financial constraints, no. Most students will still have to depend on their own resources, but at the very least, they get subsidies, especially if they're among the top students. Okay? Government subsidies, that is. A while ago, there was a question, do we have that here? Again, because we're a private institution here in the Ateneo de Manila, we don't get such subsidies as mentioned a while ago. But it's really getting more and more difficult as the competition for scholarship in medical education further increases. All right. Looking at the situation more locally, and maybe something that we share with many low and middle income countries, one factor that drives students to hope for such exposures and mobility opportunities is to have a better chance at employment abroad. Okay, because they expect that wages at home will be much less. Okay, and then of course, compounded by our economic crisis, there's a high unemployment at home, even for health professionals. Migration for some, and I think this is becoming more significant, especially in the area of competitiveness. No, migration appear, at least to these students, the only way for medical specialists to gain relevant professional experiences, which is usually a perception in terms of the decreased capacity to handle technological and technical expertise. All right. So far, what we're seeing really in terms of issues on mobilities and exchange programs and exposures, education has always been, or education policy has always played a vital role in ensuring that health workers or future health workers will provide the quality care that the population needs. Okay? And again, most education systems in low-income and middle-income countries do not have that capacity to train more of such health students because most are in the private sector. Most of these schools are in the private sectors. Many medical and nursing graduates also have degrees that are not being fully recognized. Mentioned a while ago was the problem of equivalencies, no? Looking at that, okay? And then, of course, the weak accreditation and quality assurance. are all subject to further evaluation. One of the primary issues raised by the receiving universities from abroad is that our graduates may lack competency and attribute that for not acquiring the foundational skills, no? Which means low competencies that will be rooted in our basic math and sciences programs. So what we're saying is that we need more collaboration among our sectors in health, education, and labor practitioners so that we can address the issues and challenges more strategically. More so, the professional, again, is confronted with these issues at the onset of his or her professional degree or professional life. Okay? Reforming the training and accreditation process. Licensing, of course, is a big issue, which means you have to get your license not just here, but for the country that you will emigrate to. Simplifying paperwork, and that has to do with clinical practices. Instituting a just and sustainable copay system. Again, doctors are not just problematic in terms of addressing the illness, but also for helping their patients to avail of treatment and other services. No? Maintaining quality and non-fragmented services. Again, this has to do with the health sector as a whole. Compounded by the pandemic, then we see this rising cost of healthcare, a workforce that will need to be more preventive and strong in primary care. And then, of course, maintaining quality in the geographically isolated areas or rural areas. And then, of course, the disparity compensation between and among specialties is well established. For most part, that's because the training in most medical school has been designed this way to address the disease. And knowing that disease or health is much more than the cause of disease agents of your viruses or bacteria. If you look at the total ecology, the purple shade, component, it means then that we need to augment that health disease model with a health model where health outcomes will be a factor of both environment, behavioral, and systemic factors. So what we're saying is we need to put back the public health consciousness in medical and health education, not in a dichotomous way, but in a more integrated, holistic way, so that we can meet the demands of the international health agenda, addressing what we now call the triple burden of health concerns, of infectious disease control, non-communicable diseases, as well as the risk caused by the globalization itself. Okay, so indeed, if we want mobility to be part of the solution in achieving a universal health care, then we need to explore much more beyond the curriculum or beyond the work opportunities, would be addressing the interdependence, okay, that we speak of. Cross-border movements, consumption of marketed goods and services, spread of information, as well as your transitional rules on trade treaties and international health regulation. And so, as I end my presentation, we beg to ask, will mobility opportunities raise the standards of competencies for the health workers, not just for doctors, but for nurses, medical technologists, and the like? And will such standard therefore improve the quality or the capacity of nations to alter health outcomes more favorably? Health outcomes that can impact our workers or our population to adapt to the changing environment and to achieve their aspirations, that ultimately, therefore, bring about a more just world where justice is real and practical. Again, I end by going back to our subject, the students, the youth. If we want them to succeed in putting their gifts at the service of others, then perhaps I will end with this note. This year, we celebrate the 50th anniversary of Persons for Others, no? A challenge raised by then Superior General Father Pedro Arupe, addressing the General Congregation of Jesuits in 1973. Today, our prime educational objective must be to form men and women for others, men and women who will live not for themselves, but for God and His Christ. For the God-man who lived and died for all the world, men and women who cannot even conceive of love of God, which does not include love for the least of their neighbors, men and women completely convinced that love of God, which does not issue in justice for others, is of ours. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doc Shaw, for the presentation and the thought-provoking questions that he gave us towards the end of his presentation. Let's now listen to the second presenter. She has 25 years of experience in the field of education. Her first teaching job was a Jesuit volunteer assigned to teach English in the far-flung area of Pangantukan, Bukidnon, where she discovered her love for teaching. And since then, she was hooked, and she's working in Xavier's School and served in the following roles: high school English teacher, English department chair, assistant for academic affairs, and assistant principal for academics. At present, she serves as the high school principal as well as the academic supervisor of the Xavier School system. So let's call in Ms. Tess Ladrido.
Good afternoon to all of you. Are you still okay? Okay, so mine is going to be more of a sharing than a presentation, and it's going to be from the perspective of basic education. I understand that most of the sharings or presentations this morning had a lot to do with higher education, but for me, in our context, I'll be sharing with you the international programs of the school that I lead, which is Xavier School, and share with you implications in terms of look-fors when you do teacher preparation, teacher education. So just a brief background first about Xavier School. It is one of the 3 Jesuit schools established by the Jesuits who were expelled in China in the 1950s. And the mission of the Jesuits when they fled China and came to the Philippines is basically to evangelize Chinese Filipinos. So we are an all-boys school. We're the only remaining boys Jesuit school in the Philippines. All else have gone co-ed. And our school is primarily of distinct Chinese-Filipino character, given our, of course, our mandate and our thrust and the Jesuits who were assigned to us. We're also almost 70 years in operation, and we are a K-12 school. We have early education, we have grade school, junior high school, and senior high school, and we have around 4,000 students. More context about Xavier School, specifically the high school. Our students are mostly in the upper middle class, and 75 to 80% of our students are of Chinese Filipino descent. In the high school alone, we have 1,850 students with 180 faculty and staff. And similar to the motto, okay, of the Ateneo de Manila University, we share with them, of course, persons for others. But specifically for Xavier School, our motto is, let your light shine. We believe that our students should be able to nurture their talents and their gifts not only for their own benefit, but more importantly, to uplift the lives of others. So our vision mission is men fully alive, endowed with a passion for justice and the skills for development. Savior School, in Savior School, we do have a lot of flagship programs, but for this afternoon, I'd be focusing on our international programs because our topic for this for today is student mobility, student workload, and internationalization. Our main flagship program when it comes to international programs or internationalization is the Savior China Experience, which is actually the brainchild of Father Johnny when he was our school president. I think that was in 2002, 25 years ago. And we've been running the Savior China Experience program for more than 15 years. I will provide details regarding that later. We are also an international baccalaureate diploma program, which is an international program in senior high school offered by different schools in the different countries worldwide. And many of our students go abroad after college. Perhaps around 20% of them move to the United States, China, Japan, Canada, etc. We also do have the one-to-one learning program. Even pre-pandemic, our students are already skilled when it comes to technology. We do have international benchmarks in terms of benchmarking in science, math, and English with Singapore, the IPSLE. In terms of Mandarin proficiency, we have the HSKK and the PSAT for standards, aligning our standards with the United States. We do have the mentoring and the project-based learning program. And for the Filipinos here, of course, you are familiar with PAASCO. We are a PAASCO accredited school level 3. Having said that, I'm now going to focus on the Savior China Experience, our international programs, or program which has something to do with student mobility and workload. Unlike the universities, of course, where students apply for them to go abroad and there are certain equivalencies, our program is more structured. In grades 10, 10, and 12, okay, our students are required to go to China. They can just choose from one of the programs for 6 weeks. So they can choose to go when they're in grade 8 in Fujian, in grade 10 in Yunnan, in grade 12 in Beijing. Okay, but what's important is before they graduate from Savior School, they should have experience and gone through the Savior China Experience. Of course, it has to be China because of our Jesuit Chinese character. We want to strengthen their sense of heritage and identity. Of course, part of that also is strengthening their global and local citizenship skills, entrepreneurship specifically for those who go to grade 12 when they visit Beijing and Shanghai. Many of our students become businessmen after graduating from college, and therefore entrepreneurship is a very important aspect of the Savior School education. Of course, part of it is also strengthening their sense of culture, their sense of strengthening sustainability. So we do have a lot of focus on sustainable development goals when we developed our program and when we bring them to China. Strengthening their communication skills, specifically their Mandarin language skills and Mandarin proficiency. And most importantly, when we bring them to China or when they do study in China for 6 weeks, our main goal is, of course, to strengthen their self-management skills. They learn how to be independent. They learn how to live without their parents who will take charge of their clothes to launder them. Okay, so they do their own laundry. They budget their own finances. And they do a lot of conflict management, getting to know people and getting to work with others as well. This is a program designed by Savior, and Savior teachers actually teach the students there. So unlike exchange programs where students are sent to another school, our teachers actually chaperone our students. We created our own program, and therefore teachers need to have certain skills for them to be able to implement our international programs, this specifically the Savior China Experience. Apart from the XCE, we also do have some similar programs offered in other schools, like Xavier School International Taiwan. This one is cultural immersion, and this one is more of an exchange program. So we do not create our program. It's more of we send our students there, and whatever program exists in that school, that's what the student goes through or undergoes. We do have the Singapore TLE Business and Entrepreneurship and study tours in Italy, Canada, and Japan. Now, why am I sharing this? It's because in the context of the high school, of course, it's expected that mobility is going to be more structured. And because also of the structure in basic education, when you talk about workload, there are also certain limitations and challenges. Okay? In terms of student workload, therefore, if we think about internationalization, if we think about student mobility exchange programs in basic education, it will really require a lot of planning because it's not as fluid, okay, as the structure is not as fluid as in the higher education. And therefore, it requires a lot of designing, a lot of collaboration, a lot of letting go in terms of curriculum coverage, structure, and scheduling. Okay? I'm sure for those of us here who teach in the high school and in the grade school in basic ed, when you think about sending students abroad or even accepting exchange students into your school, the first thing you'll think about is how it will mess up our structure, right? So it has to be prepared beforehand, and it requires a lot of letting go. And therefore, it requires a lot of adjustment and flexibility from the school, from the administration, from the teachers. And there has to be, as I've emphasized, letting go, because we cannot anymore focus on the content, but think about parallel skills, but targeting parallel skills, but using, of course, different content and medium. Okay. So when we talk about in the context of our Xavier China experience, when we designed our programs, it wasn't very segmented anymore. The skills had to be transdisciplinary. The design of the program had to be transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, or multidisciplinary. It required integration. And of course, in the context of basic education, it requires a restructuring of the term. In our context, because it happens during the school year, we had to do a lot of resectioning among students, and we had to come up with a flexi curriculum, which is project-based learning in terms of its model. Okay, so a lot of content had to be let go. But when I talk about content, it's we kept the non-negotiable skills, as I've said, important skills, but the medium or the coverage will be a bit different. Of course, in the context of Xavier School, it's a bit challenging because we do not follow the September or July to June calendar. We still remain to be June and March. So what will the implication of having an international program or having student mobility in the context of basic ed have in terms of teacher preparation and teacher hiring? So now I'm speaking to you as from the perspective of an administrator who would look or who would hire teachers to teach in basic education, to teach students where there is such a program, such as student mobility or international programs. And I hope that, of course, this will be an important food for thought for those schools who are actually preparing teachers or who have teacher education in their respective universities. So first, when we do hire teachers, because of the programs that we now have in our school, we're not, professional competence remains to be one of the most important, look-fors. But now we don't just look for someone who is knowledgeable when it comes to content, right? Now we look for teachers or would-be teachers who would be knowledgeable or would have real skills, strong skills in designing assessments, designing curriculum, designing programs, okay? And given the context of our students, students nowadays, of course, have are different, important for the teacher to have that ability to engage students and student-centered strategies and inquiry. Of course, skills in technology integration is also very important. But more than professional competence now, our look-fors have evolved into really putting premium on professional character. Okay. First, work ethic and reliability. I'm sure we all agree with that. But we also now put premium on teachers, okay, or would-be teachers who have strong skills in innovation, who can think outside the box, who are problem solvers. Because when students, okay, with the kind of students we have nowadays, there are many challenges in terms of what they experience. And therefore, teachers have to be ready when it comes to handling these kinds of students. Child protection, we're very careful now when we do interview teachers and we hire that we really do check the background. We ask them questions about how they handle sensitive issues in terms of gender, in terms of diversity, in terms of inclusivity. And that's why it's important for the teacher to have respect for diversity and to be caring yet firm. Okay. And of course, I'm sure you'd all agree with me that in terms of teacher education, it's important now to equip our teachers to include even in our program in teacher education that they become emotionally and mentally stable. So strategies on how to be emotionally and mentally strong. So now, from the perspective of an employer, okay, if I do as a high school principal, when we do hire teachers in the context, as I've said, of students, the kind of students that we have, students who go abroad, students who have varied needs, these are the kind of interview questions that we now ask. We don't just ask about content in terms of knowledge, in terms of English or business and management, or let's say psychology. But now we ask questions on stress management, behavior in social media, very important, values and beliefs, conflict management, communication skills, safety, child protection and inclusivity, technology integration, collaboration skills, and special trainings and certifications. So hopefully, given this perspective coming from the basic education, now schools will, especially schools who produce teachers, will not just focus on curriculum or preparing the teachers to be experts in content, but really the soft skills and 21st century skills needed so that the students will also be equipped with the important soft skills that we hope they will be able to develop and exhibit when, of course, they graduate from college and university. So with that, thank you and good afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Tess Ladrido from Xavier School. Now our last presenter, last but not the least, and you have to stay with me for her. She is a student from De La Salle University, taking up BS in Civil Engineering with specialization in Structural Engineering. She is a consistent Dean's Lister and a campus student leader, being the president of the Civil Engineering Society of De La Salle. She is eager to apply academic knowledge, creativity, and passion to contribute to the success in shaping a better future through cutting-edge engineering practices. Let's all welcome Miss Julian Gatdula.
Hello. So good afternoon, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank the coordinators of CALOHEA for extending the invitation to be a speaker for today's policy dialogue. So it is an honor to speak on behalf of the students as a representative in front of all of you present here today and also in Zoom. I am here to discuss the opportunities and obstacles encountered in the student mobility process and how this impacts the students' future achievements, especially from our own perspective as students. So when we hear learning, our minds easily connect this word to schools, books, grades, and tests. Wait for a moment. Okay. And tests, which are all valid, since it has been a second nature for us students to be confined in a classroom setting. However, I want to highlight that not all classrooms have four walls. Our learning cannot stop when we leave the confines of our classrooms. Our classroom represents just one of many facets of a lifelong learning experience, or as Dr. Furman said earlier, rather a lifelong, life-wide, life-deep, and life-wise learning experience. So during my 6-year stay at De La Salle University, so I have been to 2 exchange programs, one during my senior high school and one during my final year in DLSU. So first we have here the DLSU NITAC Student Exchange Program, which is an 11-day program in Akashi City. So I think you can see my face very plastered big there in the screen. So this was actually my first time in Japan. And aside from the usual sightseeing, we have undergone classes alongside the students of NITAC, wherein we were immersed in the science and technology classes of the junior college. So for my second program, so this happened earlier this year. Oh, actually, earlier late last August, last month. So this happened during the last weeks of August this year, wherein we visited major universities in Tokyo, such as Tokyo City University and Tokyo Institute of Technology, and as well as a steel manufacturing company, Nippon Steel. So of course, we went to different cultural locations such as Sensoji Temple and Imperial Palace, and also famous places like Harajuku and Shibuya. But more than the places I visited, these programs instilled in me a deeper understanding of Japanese culture and values. So the NITAC program gave me lifelong friends whom I still talk to this very day, and despite the difference in language. So these programs, we weren't only the ones able to experience their culture, but they also visited us to experience a little bit of glimpse in the Filipino culture as well. Then the international exchange program introduced me to a global network of mentors and peers. So here I was able to meet and converse with university presidents and also meet a former civil engineering society president who is currently a professor at Tokyo Tech. So I was able to talk and discuss with graduate students and even university presidents about their programs and opportunities like scholarships available for graduate studies and non-research studies, which opened my future and opened my eyes to the wider possibilities that is out there. So of course, my story does not depict the vast representation of students engaging in study abroad programs. There are more stories of students undergoing global mobilizations to further their education. And with this, I would like to share the stories of 3 students who flew to a different country, seeking to widen their horizons. And while I was discussing and talking to them about their experiences, I asked them the reason for their reason for studying abroad and the best part of their whole experience. So first, we have here Beatrice Makilan. She is a graduating student at the University of Tokyo in Japan. So her reason for studying abroad is her desire to experience all kinds of cultures. And she knows that to be one of the best scientists, she needs to be exposed to as many different scientific techniques and mentoring possible. And her favorite thing about her stay is meeting all the different kinds of people. She noted as she graduates next week how humbling and enriching it is to listen to people's stories about their own cultures and contexts that led them to pursuing their academic fields. Next, we have a research intern at Osaka University, Lorenzo Quirol, who is actually given a grant to cover some of the fees, accommodation, and stipend to intern at Osaka University. So his reason for going abroad is due to his need to experience cultures, like Beatrice, outside of his own, especially as he had grown up in both the US and in the Philippines. So he was able to see the big contrast of the different cultures. He specifically chose to apply as an intern during his visit to the campus of Osaka University, wherein he found that the university's laboratory aligned with his own specializations. And this internship exposed him to a different work setting, much different from the one he had here in the Philippines. And lastly, we have Stephen Lee, a current civil engineering student from De La Salle University, undergoing a semester abroad, studying smart cities at a university in France. So his reason for studying abroad is due to a rich heritage of engineering and architectural designs in Europe. So he wanted to gain a deeper understanding of their approaches and curriculum so that he may be able to apply these in the advancement of the Philippines' infrastructure one day. So according to him, one of the best benefits he gained from studying abroad is the opportunity to immerse himself in the new culture, allowing for deeper appreciation and a different look at life. So this opportunity allowed him to explore new places while pursuing his academic goals. So you might be asking why I'm telling you their stories and my story. So while our stories have been different from one another in some ways, there are commonalities in what we have gained from our own respective programs. So these are first, the diversification of perspectives on a global scale. So in going abroad, we were all able to immerse ourselves in a new cultural context. We learned from people with different mindset and view on the world, which has allowed us to look and approach life from a different angle. Next is our opportunity to travel and experience various cultures. So these programs allowed us to explore a new country. Since my specific program were a bit longer, I was able to experience the country beyond the surface level as opposed to the usual traveling. So I was able to try local cuisines that people don't usually go to, or travelers, but locals go to, and participate in cultural events and even go to mass. Then next, we have the development of cultural awareness and openness. So during my program, one of the key things our professors instilled in us when visiting Japan was to observe the norms of the Japanese. Learn how we can apply the openness and sensitivity in our interactions with the different people that we will be meeting. So we noticed that the Japanese, they always walk at a full speed, which means rules like walking on the left and standing on the right must be followed at all times. So in the trains, we must also keep our voices modulated to not disturb their silence. So these are the kind of things that we must look for, especially when we're going to a different country, so that we are more aware and we are more open to their norms. Then next is to gain international networks and connections. So as I had previously mentioned, I was able to converse with fellow students and university professors to talk to them about the programs and scholarship opportunities and the like. And lastly, personal growth. So these exchange programs are able to give a sense of independence within us. By taking these opportunities, we go out of the comfort of our home country and embark on a new journey. So in spite of all of this, I do acknowledge that these programs are available to us because of our privilege. So with this, it is essential that we acknowledge the obstacles that students face when considering participation in these exchange programs. So internalization programs are able to open doors for the future, yes. However, access or awareness to these programs are not always available as opportunities to others. There's still that mindset that persists that student exchange programs are for those with money or coming from a specific institution. There may be some truth to this, don't get me wrong, but this is not and should not be the case. These opportunities must be broadcasted to all students and as well as all the available programs out there. Next is the cost. Michelle Obama once said that it is not enough for us to simply encourage more people to study abroad. We also need to make sure that they can actually afford it. And there's no surprise that there is a bit of a steep cost when it comes to exchange programs, and not everyone can afford this, which is why we must make these exchange programs more affordable and more accessible to students coming from the working class backgrounds. because the opportunity to go abroad should not be exclusive to the wealthy. And last, so to those that can afford the programs, these students are still having trouble with the course crediting of the subjects learned from going abroad to fit the ones that are being taught here. Some students who undergo place themselves at the risk of being delayed, which we have discussed today. So, because the course structure of their current and host institutions is not aligned with one another, so maybe something we can do. I hope our department chair won't get angry when I say this. She's currently present here today. Is that maybe, sorry, we can learn from what Ateneo did in restructuring our programs to better fit the student mobilization. So now that we know all of this, how do we move forward to mitigate them? As you can see, I have listed 3 approaches here to alleviate this obstacle. First is to initiate efforts to establish financial support programs. The government and private institutions should prioritize setting up financial support programs for studying abroad. I know that there are existing programs such as the Fulbright program and Japanese government scholarship for students. However, these are not enough for the vast majority of the students. These programs could range from creating programs that support students could range from expanding and improving the already existing scholarships and grants to enabling work-study programs to help the students finance their own education. Next is to advocate for international standards and agreements for course crediting. So on a global scale, educational agencies must have a proactive involvement in streamlining the process and setting clear guidelines to evaluate and transfer credits, and not only look at unit-based and time-based accreditations, but also look at what outputs we can get from the students was able to get from these programs. Then lastly, there is a need to collaborate again with student organization for publicity and awareness. So this is coming from the former student organization president in me. I was able to see the impact of a well-publicized announcement on the awareness of students. So bigger institutions must collaborate with student organizations to broadcast student exchange programs and the scholarships that are already available. So by disseminating this information through the platforms that students already follow and know, the students will be able to perceive the information earlier and faster. Student organizations can also catalyze information exchange through seminars in partnerships with various institutions. And these seminars are not limited to what programs are available, but could also encompass the application process and the financial aspects of going abroad. But more than the publication, there could also be peer mentorship programs that is employed by student organizations in collaboration with academic and government institutions to help the students who will be undergoing the process of mobilization be assisted by students who have already undergone that process. And by pairing interested students with their own peers, their mentors are able to offer guidance from their own experience and connect with them on a deeper level. Exchange programs have the capacity to transform the lives and the course of the students' future. However, when these programs remain inaccessible, we will never be able to achieve the full potential of what it can offer. I hope this presentation was able to open your eyes to the opportunities and realities of studying abroad. These exchange programs are a great investment in shaping our world to be a more globally competent and interconnected society. And together, I hope we can strive to make these experiences more accessible to all students for a more inclusive future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julianne. We'd like to call on the 3 presenters for the second dialogue, Dr. Shaw, Ma'am Tess, and Julianne, and of course, Maria. Please join them. And I was just commenting on the way the sessions are weaved that seems to be connected to each session and that what we want to really achieve, no, for these 2 days. So maybe what we can do now is to open the floor for questions for the 3 presenters. Again, for the online viewers, please chat your questions into the chat box. We know we're going a little over. We know we're going over time, but please bear with us because these are really important sessions that we really want to maximize. No, it's such a waste that if we're all here together and we don't really make use of this time and ask questions, no, to our presenters. So you know the drill. The mics are available and open. Stand behind the mic and ask your questions.
Hello, yes. Good afternoon. I'm Charmaine Malata from the College of Medicine of West Visayas State University. My question is addressed to Dr. Marquez. Does the Ateneo School of Medicine and Public Health have a global health program or an exchange program?
Next question. Well, I think that's a consideration. In fact, in the original conception of the program, that was in the works that will have to follow. No, we don't have right now an exchange program, but we have been partnering with some institutions to provide possible internship exposures to at least for some students. But again, limited resources. Most of this will have to be burdened by the students themselves.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Karen Kausapin. I'm from the Manila Central University in Caloocan City. Well, I just want to share what we have in our university. We have actually a student exchange program for the clerks. And we started, I guess, before the pandemic, but the pandemic put a hold on that project. But for this academic year, we will be sending 2 students, 2 clinical clerks, to the NUS University in Singapore because we have partnered with them. The issue that we encounter are, well, the long preparation. The students are supposed to prepare all their documents 8 months before the actual rotation. And what we are encountering right now is some financial burden from our students. And so we are looking for sponsors who can probably help them out. But these students are our top students who we think who can actually gain knowledge and experience from that university well. So that's just our experience in our school. Thank you. So in that regard, I'm sorry, but the CHED here is not available. Maybe we can ask for, do you know of any sponsorship programs that we can go to? Confidential. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, Doc, we'll talk about that during lunch. Okay? So any more questions from the none? Yes, go ahead.
I'm Rose Sotengo from Far Eastern University. I'm just really interested in what you shared. First, Dr. Norman, it's very interesting that you have the statistics because I'm from the Institute of Education and we're seeing education as like a springboard now for people, those who are interested in taking medicine. So I think that's a good input for me. because now we can push forward with what we want to happen. So, and also I want to know about students' mobility and in terms of, because it's so difficult to get SHED's approval, and then so you heard so many news before that they will go to this and that, things would happen, and the school, the people got into trouble. How do you manage these things, and how do you give assurance to the parents and the students that they're gonna be fine? And also, we're currently in our C program now, and there are unfortunate things like those. We are preparing a lot for our partners, but then some of the experiences of our students are not really good in terms, let's say, accommodation and all these things. How do you try to manage these things, and how do you talk to your partners to ensure that your students are really taken care of? Thank you.
In the context of basic education, because our students are minor, of course, when we bring them, for example, to another country, it requires a lot of certification and documents. One is the SWD, so we need to seek for that. And then there are a lot of orientations that take place. We need to talk to the parents. There are a lot of training involved in terms of we scaffold it in such a way that the parents know that we are prepared in case something happens. So there are first aid training programs. We talk to them about, as I've said, child protection policies. We talk to them about what are our protocols, very specific. Parents would want to know that. In fact, they don't care so much about what the students will learn, but how we will handle, how we will manage their kids, their sons, if crisis happens. So very clear protocols in case there's a lockdown, in case a pandemic happens, and those have to be communicated. And therefore, once they feel that it's very clear, these are all laid out, we know what we're doing, okay, then consent is very easy, and we get their full support. So that's from that particular perspective. Of course, the issue on motivation is another thing, but I think primarily when you talk about sending students abroad, the first thing that the parents will think about will be the safety of their sons and daughters.
In our case, I think with regards to also the orientations that we've undergone for such a short program, I believe there were around 3 orientations. Then from there, it also helps if there's like a comprehensive plan that our parents will see what we will be doing there. Because for our program, it's still an academic program. So it was nice to see that there were, in the itinerary included, the schools that we will be going to, what we will be learning from these institutions, and what companies we will be visiting. So that since we are on our final year, this is able to widen our opportunities and basically give us more options when we apply for jobs in the real world.
All right. If you have questions, I hope you can join us for lunch. You can actually approach our presenters and ask more questions in an informal setting. So now we'd just like to give our token of appreciation to the presenters, and we'd like to request Mr. Korn to join the presenters on stage. Dr. Yarosh is already there, just to take a picture and to give our token of appreciation. Okay. For announcement for the whole group, we have time check is at 1:10. We promise you a 1-hour lunch, and we will not cut that short. But the next session in the afternoon will be across. It will be in Arete. So we will be there to walk together, to cross the street and walk together and to go to our presentation. So 10 minutes before, I will clink again the glass for the lack of bell, okay? And lunch will be upstairs, roof deck. You can take the elevator. For those of you who are really hungry, you can take the stairs and go up. We will flash the places, the venues this afternoon. And for those of you who want to have a certificate of participation for this event, we will be flashing the links to your e-certificates this afternoon. So join us also from the online group. Please come back after 1 hour as we continue our individual sessions this afternoon. So thank you very much, our presenters. And we will have that presentation of the token of appreciation. Okay, once again, a round of applause to our 3 presenters today, Dr. Shaw, Ms. Tess, and Julian. Thank you very much. Okay, lunch is served in the roof deck, and we will see you there, and then this afternoon also. Thank you.